For the Liberals.
The Liberals in Quebec that I have seen in decades.
How many decades?
Oh, I don't think I was around because Jean Chrétien never won a majority of Quebec seats.
Yeah.
So you go back all the way to Jean Chrétien, and Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map. So I think you'd have to go back to Pierre Trudeau. But it's early.
It's early. It's early. But that's still. It's early. But it's still fascinating that someone who, at the beginning of the campaign, was not speaking French as well as he was at the end, would be suddenly that appealing to Quebecers, if this is where things go.
But I'm also wondering, and the numbers are still coming, whether the Conservatives are also having a difficult night in Quebec.
Okay.
Because at this point, they are under what is called the paying zone. In percentage points, they're below 20%. That's not when you get votes, but not seats. You need to get over that. And at this point, who knows? Because we're still missing a lot of seats and a lot of polls. But for the Liberals who want 40 seats, they're ahead in 33.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
No. And if that is true, that the Conservatives are going to suffer in Quebec, that, I think, speaks to some of the choices that Pierre Poilievre made. But we will talk more about that as results firm up. Ian has some results, though, now.
Yeah, let's look at your home province, Manitoba, and in particular 3 ridings in Winnipeg that are reporting results right now. This one would be, if the Liberals were able to keep it through the night, a pickup. I'm laughing because, of course, I can read the numbers just as well as you can. It's really early. What's interesting about this, besides the fact that it's, an NDP incumbent is in second place, is that Raul Walia, 23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days, December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at that point? So I don't think when he became the candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre as the evening unfolds. Let's go now to Winnipeg West and see what's happening there. And Marty Morantz, the Conservative incumbent, is in a lead, not a huge lead. Doug Elson has been the MP here before. This is the third time, I think, these two very well-known politicians, and Doug Elson also an ER doc, so well known for that as well, are facing off in Winnipeg West. So another one we're going to be looking at very closely. And in Winnipeg North, no surprise to see Kevin Lamoureux, the incumbent, in the lead. But I'll tell you what is interesting is that if you look at the percentages last time around, the NDP was in second place with 28% of the vote. Their support right now has plummeted to 8%, and almost all of that has been picked up, and this is early, I know, not by the Liberals, but by the Conservatives.
Right.
So just kind of interesting. That's we would expect Kevin Lamoureux to prevail in that riding. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yes.
But it's fascinating to me to see the change in support between the NDP and the Conservatives.
Yeah, Kevin Lamoureux, hugely popular in that riding, so we'll see whether that continues. Just want to tell you that the Liberals continue to do well here tonight, but also want to tell you that there are 85 ridings where it is very close still. And so we might well be in for a long night as we get through all of these results and track towards being able to project a government. Catherine Cullen.
We're going to go back to Nova Scotia for just one riding, Rosie, one that we knew was going to be a real scrap tonight, but we've got a projected elected in South Shore, St. Margaret's. Let's take a look. The Liberal, Jessica Fancy Landry, projected elected in that riding. Rick Perkins took this riding from the Liberals in the last election, but it was not to be for him this time out. He had an additional challenge because, of course, the NDP did not run an official candidate in this riding, so there will be questions, I think, about what happened to that vote. Although when you look at the NDP vote across the board, it hasn't been all that substantial across the country, Rosemary, so perhaps that won't have been that much of a factor. But nonetheless, Jessica Fancy Landry projected elected in South Shore St. Margaret's.
That's a significant flip. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to show you a board right now to try and explain where we're at and what you should be watching for as the results continue to tick in from polls right across the country at this stage. This is where the Liberals are right now. They are leading or elected in 123 ridings. Let me show you the next piece of that. That is the pink seats that you're seeing there. Those are incumbents. Those are the seats that they would have to now win, 51 more if they want to track towards a majority. And if they were to win those 51 incumbency, as we've been talking about, does give you an advantage. But if they were to win that, they would surpass the 172 they need to get to a majority. So they need to hold those leading and elected in 123 that you see on your screen. They need to hold the 51 incumbents that are there, and then they're on their way. And things are tracking in this direction so far tonight. But again, many, many close races, and we're watching some of those. And I think David Cochrane wants to talk to us now.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea of how close this is, when we were talking about Atlantic Canada earlier, it was 22-10, right? 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives. Well, there are two ridings, Terra Nova, where Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals, where the advanced polls offer the hope of them getting over the top there. And in Central Nova, the advanced polls have put Sean Fraser back in the lead, as that has now gone to red. So we're to a 23-9 count in Atlantic Canada now. You move into Quebec. Chantal was saying this is the best early results you've seen I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec. It was the best night she's seen for Liberals in a long time at the start of an election. Well, look at this, what we're still waiting for. You know, Rosie was saying the Liberals are up seats. We still don't have a lot of seats in from the island of Montreal, where the Liberals are going to be strong, and in some of these battlegrounds on the South Shore in particular, where the Liberals and the Bloc are in a fight that really could determine whether the Liberals can get to this majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election. And it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red getting there in the GTA, but still not out in sort of the Halton region and the Peel region. We're still waiting on a lot of seats there. And when you go into southwestern Ontario, look, we are seeing red in Windsor, red in London, and we're still waiting on some of southwestern Ontario where Liberals are hoping to gain. I'll show you one last thing before I send it back to Rosie, and that's in Manitoba, because the urban centres are where the Liberals are this majority is going to live and die tonight. There's only 2 ridings in from Winnipeg, so still a lot to come in the big cities of Canada. Rosie?
Thank you very much for that, David Cochrane. And some news for all of you. Canada, get ready. Our CBC News decision desk is ready to make a call. Canada's next government will be a Liberal government. It is not yet clear at this hour whether it will be a minority or majority because of some of those close races we were talking about. This marks a 4th Liberal mandate, very rare in Canadian politics. But the Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, has pulled it off, a stunning reversal, a Liberal comeback with a first-time politician as leader. You're looking live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now. Live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now. Okay, remarkable, as we said, reversal in political fortunes for the Liberal Party that was thought perhaps to be left for dead just months ago, has now made this incredible comeback, remarkable comeback, and is going to form government yet again with someone who has never been elected to public office before. We're waiting on results from his riding tonight. Mark Carney, the 24th Prime Minister, will now be the 25th Prime Minister as well. Let me show you how it happened. Here is the vote share, the share of vote that we've been showing you through the night. The Liberals over 50%, the Conservatives at 38.6%, which again, we've been saying in a regular election would have been a remarkable share of the vote for them. But the story really in what's happening with the other parties on the board there, the Bloc and the NDP, not even reaching 5% at this stage. Let me show you the seat change that allows us to call for a Liberal government. 23 seats are leading and elected in. The Liberals are up, the Conservatives down 5, the Bloc down 12 at this stage, which, as Chantal was saying, was not out of the realm of possibility even for people inside the Bloc, but would be very disappointing for them. And the NDP now down 6. The NDP right now on your screen only leading or elected in 2 ridings. Remember, you need 12 to get official party status. I'm going to go over to David to give us a sense of how we got here.
Well, look, it's a bit of what we were, at the risk of repeating myself, but that's going to happen a lot on election night. There are 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. We said the path to majority for the Liberals was 25. Right now, they sit at 23, and I can tell you, this riding in Terra Nova, my buddy Terry Roberts is at the watching party for the Conservative candidate. He says the air has gone out of the place because the advance polls are coming in and the lead is shrinking. The Liberals might get to 24, not the 25. We said they need it for a majority, but that gets them a little bit closer. We go into Quebec, you see a lot of red in a lot of places, and you're going to see even more red in the island of Montreal. Right now, we had said that the Liberals needed 40 seats in Quebec to be on a path to a majority. They're sitting at 42. And Montreal and the North Shore and the South Shore haven't populated. Down to 40, I'm told. It's changing in real time. But still, the areas where they're strong still needs to come in. And that is a sign of hope for them. This is why you can see a minority government is almost certain at this point, or is certain at this point, and a majority government is still very much in play. Let's go into Ontario, and let's go to that key fortress, one of the 4 big pillars for the Liberal governments that have been elected since 2015. You still see a tremendous amount of red, certainly in the city of Toronto and in the areas around it, punctuated with a little bit of blue right now. The latest numbers I had is that the Liberals are at 56 seats and they're up 2 seats in Ontario. They're now at 63 seats in Ontario. We had said they needed to be at 80, so they're tracking towards that because a lot of these seats that will fill in over the course of the night, history and polling tells us that these will go Liberal. Now, let's go into Manitoba. The Liberals are currently sitting at 4 seats. We had suggested they would want to get 6 here to build up to a total of 10 on the prairies to be at a majority level. They have 1, obviously, in the north right now where they're leading in the NDP-held riding of Churchill. And they've got a couple of 3 seats right now in Winnipeg, and these are also seats where the Liberals will be competitive once we get more results throughout the night. So there is still upward potential for the Liberals as they try to get to that magic number of 172. And this helps right here. This is Desnethne Misnippy Churchill River. That's a Liberal leading in Saskatchewan. Do not adjust your set. That's a real thing. It's not officially projected elected yet, but this is a chance for the Liberals to break through in Saskatchewan for the first time since Ralph Goodale was a member of Parliament. And here in Alberta, you see a lot of blue. This is where a lot of the Conservative seats are coming from. But you got to zoom in on Calgary, where the Liberals are leading right now in Calgary Centre, and you got to zoom in on Edmonton. These are going to be the areas where the Liberals and the New Democrats are going to be in a battle. Those 2 seats that I just showed, those will be pickups right now for the Liberals if those results hold. So, Rosie, you can see a roughly even performance in the Atlantic with the potential of it to get back to where it was and maybe grow a little bit. A good early start in Quebec, decent numbers in Ontario, presence in the prairies. Still too early to say exactly what's going to happen in British Columbia. But, you know, BC often complains about being the empty net goal on election night. They might be the winner tonight when the results come in there.
Okay, and one of the reasons we have yet to call what kind of government Canada will have is because there are 100 ridings where the vote margin is about 100 votes. And that is simply too close to call for us and for the decision desk. And so we're going to wait to be sure before we get to that point. And that's partly why, as David said, British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight. You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become now, who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister. And now, for sure, won't have any problems beating Charles Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters, where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news in terms of what kind of government they're going to have for this 4th mandate, Ashley.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They were excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the Liberals were were tanking in the polls. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mark Carney came in and turned things around. But we've really been watching him on the spot during this campaign learn how to be a politician. We've seen him have to try to figure out how to navigate photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more comfortable with that, including being in crowds and talking to people. But as you mentioned, there were questions about if he would be the shortest serving prime minister or not. 45 days he's been prime minister, and now Canadians tonight have decided that they want him to stay on and lead this country. After he's really been hammering home his message about during this campaign about who is best to deal with Donald Trump. Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke coming from Liberal headquarters, where there are a lot of happy people there tonight, but we'll see how happy they are, because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or a majority. But we should remind you that a fourth mandate like this, incredibly rare in Canadian politics. The last time was from 1993 to 2006 under two leaders. That was Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. Some similarities here, again, because this is happening with two different leaders. Chantal, your thoughts?
But it is also that Mark Carney has succeeded in doing what John Turner and Kim Campbell could not.
You are
that
right.
is,
yes.
Become the new leader of a very unpopular government, get a boost in the poll. That's all par for the course. But to hold that lead long enough to not go in that portrait gallery as someone about whom the kids ask, who's that
guy? Yeah.
Right. That is quite an achievement when you go back 4 months to where we were. This is not the election night that anyone imagined we would have. And I'm guessing it's not the election night, looking at those numbers, that the NDP imagined either, or the Bloc.
No, pretty devastating numbers, and we'll come back to them. But I want to get Arif Virani in, because you are a former Liberal cabinet minister. Still happy with that decision not to run, are you?
I'm very happy with that decision, as is my family. But, but I'm also equally delighted with what's transpiring. I mean, what we've seen is something that is truly quite remarkable.
Yes.
And I think what I'm really proud about tonight is Canadians, how strongly they came out to vote, what's been motivating them, but also just really discerning in terms of making choices based on what's on offer. An individual with a business background who had navigated two world economies through difficult crises, and you had another politician who was frankly still offering catchword phrases and running an election as if we were back in November or December. Things changed. Justin Trudeau is no longer around. The consumer carbon price no longer around. And Donald Trump entered in a big way.
Yeah.
And we saw other conservative politicians in this country pivot, like provincially, Doug Ford in this province. We saw an inability for a pivot on the part of Pierre Poilievre. And I think you're seeing the results. People have decided that they want mature professional leadership, and that's what they're getting with Mark Carney. And I think it's a really important time for Canada, because there's a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of government we end up with here, Andrew, because that also sends a message. If Canadians opt for a minority government, that also is a message to the Liberals and to Conservatives. But what do you make of the fact that this has happened? Because it is right, it is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, it would not have happened without Donald Trump, I don't think. If Mark Carney had simply come in and said, well, I'm changed, I'm a new prime minister, I'm not sure that would have been enough to carry the day. I'm not sure if Trump alone would be enough to carry the day, though. I think it's the combination of so far as the first part of the campaign in particular focused on Trump as the issue, and therefore focused on leadership and the relative qualities of the two-party leaders. That was clearly to Carney's advantage. But I think probably what put him over the top was he was also enough change for enough people.
Right.
He wasn't, on its own, it wouldn't be enough change, but the two things together, I think, was enough to put him over the top.
Althea, what do you make of the win?
I agree with everything Andrew said, but I would add, basically, it's New Democrats that have handed Mark Carney the ability to become prime minister, remain prime minister. And for them, the fear was, Donald Trump, but also Pierre Poilievre. They decided that they really feared Pierre Poilievre more than they feared another Liberal government. And so they've basically abandoned their party in droves and possibly handing Mark Carney a majority government. So it's not... you guys should send the NDP a thank you note.
I think progressive voters in my riding of Tayakon Parkdale Park, and good luck to the team there, but I think progressive voters really had to make a difficult decision, and that was simply that in the face of what the country is facing, we need to select a prime minister and a government. That's more important than anything else. That relates to the CBC, that relates to protecting linguistic rights, that relates to protecting human rights, and you had a choice between somebody who would empower Donald Trump and somebody who would confront Donald Trump. That's the choice that Canadians have made tonight, and I think they made the right choice.
Okay, and the NDP sitting right now at 7, leading our elected. Let's get some more information about how we got here, how we were able to call a Liberal win tonight. Catherine Cullen's got some of those results.
Yeah, and obviously, Rosie, part of this picture has to do with Quebec and what has happened with the Bloc Québécois. So let's take a look. The Liberals up 12 seats. Yes, one of them coming from the Conservatives, but most of that, the vast majority, at the expense of the Bloc, again, based on the numbers that we're seeing early. Let's see where it's happening. We're going to take a quick zip around the suburbs of the island of Montreal. We're going to start in Thérèse de Blainville, and you can see here the Liberal candidate in the lead. Let's go to Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We're going to stay on the North Shore. And again, the Liberal candidate with the Bloc Québécois incumbent in second. We'll head down to the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, and again, yes, the Liberal candidate in the lead with the Bloc incumbent in second. That pattern being repeated both north and south of the island of Montreal. Liberals looking like they're going to gain at the expense of the Bloc. That's a big part of what's happening tonight.
Yeah. And we'll look at more. We'll look at more of those results as they firm up, and we can project elected. Ian Hannah-Mansing's got some of those right now. Some results anyway.
Yeah. So not projected elected, but still interesting trend lines. And let's start with Churchill. Kiwanatuk-Aski. Nikki Ashton has been the MP here for the NDP since 2008. In 2015, she almost lost to Rebecca Chartrand. There was a difference of 3 percentage points. And right now, early, but still, when you look at those numbers, fairly significant lead at this point for the Liberal candidate. This is Kildonan St. Paul, one of the Winnipeg ridings, and Raquel Dancho is the incumbent for the Conservatives. She's won 2 elections in a row. Thomas Nakin's a relative newcomer. Hard to find information about him, but he was acclaimed as a candidate when the polls suggested there was little chance of winning, and right now he's in the lead there. And let's just look at Regina Wascana. This is interesting. It's super close. When I started speaking a few minutes ago, Jeffrey Walters was in the lead. The big question in Regina Wascana for a lot of people is the number of times the Liberals won there. Was it Ralph Goodale that was the factor, or was it Liberal support? And a lot of people wondering what's going to happen there tonight. As you can see, it is close, but the Conservatives are in the lead in Ralph Goodale's old riding.
Okay, Adrian, you've got some results too.
Certainly. Catherine showed you some seat changes. I'd like to show you some vote changes in Ontario. Why don't we have a little look at this? So Liberals up 9.5 percentage points. Conservatives also up 9.0, but look at the NDP down 12.7. That is where the votes are largely coming from. So what does that look like? Let's start with Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma. This is a riding that Terry Sheehan is ahead by 428. Interesting, because the Liberals only picked it up by 247 last time. Still just 35 of 287 polls reporting. If we move on to the Bay of Quinte, this is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get a majority. They've got a lead of 193 with just 15 polls reporting. And the last one, which is a big one for Fortress Toronto, if you will, is Leslie Church and Toronto St. Paul's with a lead of 701. She lost that to Dawn Stewart in July by just 600 some votes. So they're counting on that lead.
And remember, that is part of the story. Thank you, Adrian. That is part of the story here, is that a lot of these ridings are still close, and that's why we cannot yet tell you what kind of government Mark Carney will lead. But yes, in case you missed the big moment, the Liberals have secured a 4th mandate led by Mark Carney, who is at this stage waiting to see whether he will be elected in his own riding in Nepean. All right, Ferrani, what are you hearing from your Liberal friends? Are you getting lots of texts of people? Are they thinking that a majority is still within reach here? What are they saying?
I think, obviously, a majority government is aspirational. That's what we would like to have. You heard Dominic talk about that earlier, but I think people are elated. I mean, we know where the party was prior to Christmas. Yeah. We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament to optimism. It's a testament to Mark Carney's leadership. But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while, I think if you're looking at somebody who you need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and Danielle Smith, I think you know you don't have the right individual. When you have somebody who still continues to speak in three-word slogans as opposed to presenting an accurate plan, an outlined plan, a professionalized plan, you don't have the right person. Canadians have realized this, and as I said earlier on the show, I think Quebecers have realized this, notwithstanding linguistic limitations, notwithstanding concerns about Francophone rights. Those are all very valid concerns. But when you're facing a threat of that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians have done. And my colleagues are all keen on securing a majority. A majority government would allow us to have that strong mandate that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see to grow the economy, to build a collaboration, to diversify our trade partners, and to continue to make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a squint there, winced a little bit as you spoke, so I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to, it's all the Liberal backbenchers who tried to get Justin Trudeau to leave. Christia Freeland, who finally, frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau had not left, there is no way we would see the result that we are seeing right now, even with Donald Trump in the White House. So there's other people
There's lots of things going on. Yeah.
Create the scenario that we find ourselves in at the moment. And also, pretty soon people won't be able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for the Liberal Party.
Yes, you've already won. You've already won.
The votes have already been cast?
We're just waiting to see. Yes, we're just waiting to see how it goes. But it's hard to shake it off, I understand. I think Ian has some early results.
Yeah, in British Columbia, as we've said, the Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP have done well there. They certainly did well there in 2021, and so there's a lot of potential, particularly for the Liberals and the Conservatives, to pick up seats. Let's look at some early results with some potential changes. North Island, Powell River, this has been a stronghold for the NDP, and right now in the lead there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at in the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives if they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open. I did not know that, and I find that really interesting. And South Surrey, White Rock, obviously really low numbers. We just wanted to show this to you because it would be a change if this were to hold. And interesting, Ernie Klassen was acclaimed as the candidate. I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote is changing. It is close still in many, many ridings across the country, and that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Bouchikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have the Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
It is not, and you'll forgive me. I was just turning around to try to figure out who they were cheering there. There have been a lot of cheers for people you'd expect to get reelected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others, like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, you know, like a stalwart of the party. But this is not the results they're looking for. 23 seats, I mean, that's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that they project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate, who would be taking that riding from Diane Le Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was one that's a take from the Liberals, so that's a real reason for them to be happy. But for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, how did your campaign go and what do you think of François Blanchet's messages? And they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Bouchikanyan, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. François Blanchet, this is his third election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular, the only province where Pierre Poilievre never led the pack, was always in third place, was this notion. At some point, the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. We don't want him. So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided to go for it, and this time he has, and he has won handily in his riding of Nepean. This is, I can't remember, what I have this trivia somewhere, but the last time that a prime minister's riding was in the nation's capital. I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be prime minister, but be elected as prime minister, something that he wasn't before. That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more information, obviously, about how this evening is going to unfold and what kind of government they will celebrate tonight. David Cochran.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm beginning to think Mark Carney's never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor and his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government and to show why a majority is still very much in play. And I'm going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador just to show you something here. This is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This has been a Conservative seat throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time, but as more and more advanced polls have come in, he's moved into the lead, and also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi, Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the riding of Mount Royal, so we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69 seats of the 122. They are down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases, that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, we said 1. All they needed was 1. Well, guess what? It looks like they have 1. They're up there. They're leading right now in Desnethe. That's Buckley Boulanger, as Ian was telling us. They're nowhere right now in the Saskatoon ridings, though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. Nunavut is still trending NDP. I don't want to ruin the NDP's night, but they are no longer ahead in Wetaskiwin, as we predicted earlier. But right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So Calgary McKnight, where George Chahal was the incumbent, and Calgary Centre, which was on their target list. They're leading there now. They are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre. That is blue right now in Edmonton Strathcona. Maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they only have 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got a lot to come, but of the 8 that are reporting, the Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold in British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path to the delta of 17 that they need, and it might actually include Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainland.
Yeah. Okay, so let me tell you part of the reason why that is there too. Was there a joke there that I missed that I was supposed to?
Yeah, I was talking about deltas and deltas, you know, like sort of thing. Don't worry.
I got a lot of people talking to me. That was a funny one. Thank you.
Sure.
There are 47 ridings still where the vote is under 100. So that gives you a sense of why we are still holding off in determining what kind of government this is. But as David rightly points out, it is still possible, and we'll show you more about that in a moment. And just because I have a lot of good colleagues who heard me, the only other Prime Minister to hold a seat in the Ottawa area was John A. Macdonald. So Mark Carney becomes number 2. Ian, over to you.
So interesting things happening in British Columbia in terms of the vote. And let's look at the vote change so far in the province of British Columbia. And you see both the Conservatives and the Liberals up. Liberals up by 15 percentage points. And who is down? Well, no surprise. The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. And it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead, the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East, Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East, Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia. We said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday. I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be
feels
fair.
That way,
yeah,
though.
I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still possible here as we wait to make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen. So here you go again. This is back to the House of Commons. All those red seats there, leading and elected. So that gets you up to 157. Now we're going to add incumbents to come. Those are the pink seats. That is 9. So they need to hold the 157 they have, gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are in second place, meaning that there is still a possibility that they could flip some of those ridings and indeed get over that threshold of 172. And that also tells you why we're not saying anything just yet, because there's a lot still in flux here. It's possible, but it's getting a little bit harder for the Liberals to get there, and they're going to have to work a lot harder in these other ridings and these counts in order to make it. Let's go to Adrian now, who has some results.
You bet. You're talking about tiny margins. You're talking about areas the Liberals want to flip. Let's look at some of those. Let's start with Kitchener Centre. You are not seeing green on the map on the bar at the bottom because Mike Morris is trailing by 33. Just 3 out of 213 polls reporting. That's the very thing Rosie's been talking about. Let's look at another one, Hamilton Centre. Again, the NDP wanted to hang on to that. Liberals are leading with 55, just 55. One last, another one that's tiny margin. That is Niagara South, and that is a riding that would have flipped to the Conservatives in redistribution. The Liberals are holding it with just 22. Only one poll reporting there, Rosie.
Okay, so some of those early results you're seeing, some of those tight places. Oh, I think you've got one more elected
I do.
here.
Well,
Yeah,
look at that, and that's a big one to miss. That is Leslie Church, projected elected in Toronto St. Paul's. That was a rematch against Dawn Stewart. That lead, 1,840. She lost that by 647 votes in that by-election that started everything that's happening right now. You can draw a direct line between that and this.
Yeah, that loss, that by-election loss, was part of what got Liberals upset with Justin Trudeau and starting to speak more openly about how he needed to leave. A lot of Conservatives thought that by-election win was an anomaly. And indeed, the Liberals have taken back that riding tonight with Leslie Church. Let's have a look at Conservative headquarters now and see what's shaking over there. Also in Ottawa. Okay. Yeah. That is what it looks like when you know you're not going to form government, and it looked like you were back in January, 25 points ahead. They are waiting to see whether they can hold the Liberals to a minority, which would be something to celebrate for them, but we are waiting to see more. I should also tell you that we are waiting for results to come in from Pierre Poilievre's riding. They've started to come in. Remember, he and his riding was up against 91, I believe, other candidates. But as you can see there, this is only one poll reporting. The Liberals slightly ahead. The expectation would be that Pierre Poilievre would win, but there was some concern expressed about how that long ballot initiative, which is a protest movement to try and protest the first past the post system that we have, would affect this. Obviously, Elections Canada has been counting those ballots for a very long time. They got special dispensation to start much earlier in the day. Oh, David's got a long ballot with him.
Rosie,
of course you have a prop.
Because we have an arts and craft division at Power and Politics, we had a replica. This is the ballot you're dealing with in Carleton, right? This is what the longest ballot, this is what 91 names look like, right? And you gotta do this to kind of find Pierre Poilievre. He's right there, by the way, on the ballot. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal, is right there on the ballot. But just look at the sheer girth of this thing. right? Just look at this, 91 names. So you got to get this, you got to write it, you got to fold it up, they got to stuff it into, I don't know, a mail box as opposed to a ballot box. And there were 43,000 of these cast in the advance vote, right? So that's already in there in the system. So they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted a by-election special there and with LaSalle and Marie-Algoma. It was 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these. Yeah, that's the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus, that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill about what we're going to do.
If you want to get going, Andrew Coyne's ready for this conversation.
But it's an interesting conversation because I just think what we've seen after consecutive elections is Andrew Scheer turfed, Aaron O'Toole turfed. So Pierre Poilievre is concerned with his caucus and the expectations. And I would hear about that on the floor of committees, Rosemary. I would hear about it on the floor of the House of Commons. People measuring the drapes on their future ministerial offices. That has not happened tonight. There's going to be unhappy Conservatives on the
Sure, but
backbench.
let's see. If he improves the Conservatives' results from the last vote, which was 128 with redistribution, he's at 133, 134 here. I don't know. It's possible that some people will want to let him. He could say this is a partial victory if he holds them to a minority. I don't know. I'm just saying. Andrew, you went in, and then I got to go to Catherine here.
One thing to measure the drapes, it's another thing to measure the coffin. I mean, it's maybe a little early for that. I think it will depend in part on whether it's a majority or minority.
Totally.
I think you absolutely are right that if he comes out of this with 40% of the vote, he would have bettered Stephen Harper. The other question is, he's got such a lock on the base of the party. Can you really take him out even if the caucus decides?
Yes,
the caucus might turf him. I mean, the base might vote him back in.
Okay,
but Rosemary, in terms of the base of the party, it's the inability to stand up to that base in Alberta that has cost him this election.
Okay,
if he could have stood up to Daniel Smith, I think that's actually what's happened.
Let's talk about it after. I do want to spend time. We're not going to write off anyone because we're not at that stage in the evening at all. Catherine Cullen, apparently you have a guest.
Yes, and first we're going to just talk a little bit about what is going on in Quebec before we get to Vanessa Lee, our colleague on the island of Montreal. Let's start by taking a look at what is going on in LaSalle. Emard Verdun. Oh, perhaps. In fact, we are going to go to Vanessa Lee right away. Let's just get to the good stuff. And there you are, Vanessa Lee, on the island of Montreal. I believe you are with some prominent Liberals. Tell us what's going on.
Well, Catherine, we are at the Society of Arts and Technology in the heart of downtown Montreal, and this is a very happy place because this is where more than a dozen Liberal candidates in the Greater Montreal area are gathering and celebrating tonight. And joining me now is Stephen Guilbeault, the Quebec Lieutenant, most recently responsible for Parks Canada as well as Canadian culture and identity. Mr. Guilbeault, congratulations on your party's win. How are you? What's going through your mind right now? Because your riding is still too close to call.
Yes, I think things are looking very well in the riding, but as you rightly say, it's too close to call yet, or it's very early. I think our numbers are very good, but are very early. We're very grateful that Canadians have decided to give us another mandate, and we feel honored, and we will work hard for Canadians. We're asking for a strong government because we know we have tough days ahead, certainly with the U.S. administration and President Trump. We know it's going to be complicated, so the stronger the Canadian government can be, the more united we are, the easiest it's going to be to face President Trump.
What do you think made the difference in this election that Canadians have voted for another Liberal government? And how confident are you that it will be a majority government?
Well, clearly the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized Canadians. And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis, versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
Vanessa Lee in Montreal. And Rosie, worth noting, Stephen Guilbeault's riding, it was Gilles Ducep's old riding. It's gone Bloc in the past. It went NDP. Even in 2015, Hélène Laverdière kept that riding.
That's right.
Right now, though, Stephen Guilbeault, about 46% of the vote. Still early numbers, though.
Okay. And you can see there at the bottom of your screen, we have still not made a call about what kind of government Mark Carney will be leading as the 24th Prime Minister. 162 seats leading and elected for the Liberals, 138 for the Conservatives, 24 for the Bloc, 10 leading or elected for, I think they're just leading, but maybe leading and elected for the NDP. You need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear. Leading and elected in 1. Remember that the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a two-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now. I want to talk maybe a little bit about popular vote and whether it matters here. I'm just looking at our dashboard. The Liberals are at 44.7%. The Conservatives at 40.6%. And I would just note that these numbers are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this two-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes, the Bloc looks like it's going to get 23, 24 seats, but still, we're used to parliaments where minority rule means many parties that have an official party status.
Yes.
And at this point, that's not where we're going tonight. So I'm curious to see how the night unfolds. Yeah. I notice there are still loads of places where the vote is barely being counted.
Yes, there are probably 24 places where, no, 24 places where it has barely been counted. Worth remembering here that 6 of the last 8 federal elections have produced minority governments, right? The last majority government we had, of course, was Liberal in 2015.
And with 4 parties with official party status, we look like we're going down to 3. I don't really believe there are loads of New Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that there is fewer, less representation of parties inside the House of Commons in terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing on its own. I mean, again, you get into the issue of how representative is the popular vote in that regard. How well represented is it in terms of the number of seats?
Yeah.
But ultimately, the electorate is going to decide whether they want to have a multiplicity of parties or maybe in the present circumstances. That's the question is this a one-off or does this represent a greater degree of change? We've seen the NDP written off before they came back. We've seen the Liberals written off before.
The Bloc, too, yeah.
We've seen the Bloc.
Yeah.
So these are enduring brands, and the wheel goes full circle, and they may come back.
Chantal, then Althea.
On the NDP, they went from no official party status in '93 to a decade or two later, I admit, but they still, at some point, they had presence across the country, from Atlantic Canada to BC, including Quebec. So that possibility is still there. Do not assume that a victory for the Liberals tonight is necessarily a Liberal reign for all times.
No.
At some point, the seeds of change will come back, and they might have a better chance to bloom.
Yeah, and Liberals probably shouldn't assume that either. Andrew, and then Althea.
But one thing I think we should be looking for is not just, will they get over the majority? Will BC put them over the top? But also, how will the Liberals do in Western Canada? One of the things people have been very worried about, some people, is will another Liberal victory cause Westerners, and some Westerners anyway, to give up on Canada? I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting, and the polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces, better than they have since 1968. So that should hopefully dampen down some of the sort of attempts to portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. Carney spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, hoping to grab seats that they otherwise did not have. I think it's not a thing about democracy if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just, if the balance of power is the Bloc Québécois, it is an opening for the Conservatives to say that it's an illegitimate coalition, much like they did in 2008, which basically means that we will have another election.
But it's not a coalition. It's just one party helps another, right?
Right. But they framed the last supply and confidence agreement as a coalition.
The Bloc isn't about to sign a supply and confidence agreement with anyone.
Of course not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way.
Right.
And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election, if it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power, either later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition. And then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government. That's not what's happening.
No,
I got to get to David Cochrane here. He's got some stuff from the 905.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why we are where we are. You see the Liberal number actually retreating a little bit. Right now, they are only at 65 seats in Ontario. They are down 10, down 11. And I'm going to look at the Greater Toronto area, and this gives you a sense of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story. There we go. In Vaughan Woodbridge, this is a Conservative-held seat. Thornhill, that's Melissa Landsman. But York Centre, this is another Liberal seat that is blue at the moment. And in Richmond Hill, Aurora, Oak Ridge is a Newmarket, Aurora. York region and Peel region. The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern up in the York region here, was that the NDP vote dropping would help the Liberals run up the score in the downtown Toronto core where they're going to win just by larger margins. But there were not really any NDP vote to be gained in a lot of these 905 outer areas. And that would you would have a false sense of how viable you were in those ridings, and you would see Conservatives flip those blue. So the Liberals, still early yet in Ontario, but vote inefficiency not playing in their favor as they are down double-digit seats in a province that pollsters from start to finish had them up double-digit points, right?
But that again speaks to what we're talking about around the popular vote and the seat efficiency. Nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and you know, Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 U.S. a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But you know, until we get sort of the urban votes in mass number to know exactly how the cities of Canada are going to vote, and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote, at this stage, we're not yet seeing that. Now, they're starting to tick back up. They're in 161 right now. Them and the New Democrats and the Greens, Rosie, that's a majority. You got a bingo right there. But, you know, that's a whole lot of work that still needs to be sorted out at this point of the night.
Okay, thank you so much for that, David Cochrane. If you're just tuning in, we have, in fact, called a Liberal government with Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. He also has been elected for the very first time in his life in the riding of Nepean. We are waiting to see whether it's a minority or a majority, so we're going to go to Adrian now, who's got some results, projected results, maybe that will help us get there.
Indeed. So we're looking at a projected elected, the only one that is a flip in Ontario so far. That is Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Again, the only projected elected flip for the Liberals so far in Ontario. Wouldn't it be interesting to talk to Leslie Church? Well, why don't we do that? Let's talk to Eli Glasner, who is in Toronto St. Paul's with Leslie Church. Hello, Eli.
Yeah, Adrian, so we are here in our room crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Leslie Church. Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Don Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump and Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign manager when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well, look, the world has changed, and St. Paul's feels that. And so it's absolutely true. We had people coming in literally off the street, getting involved in their first campaign of their lives, saying this matters, this is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada. And we're proud to be part of a party that is pushing a positive agenda, that wants to build a better future here, and most importantly wants to stand up for Canada in the face of Donald Trump. I mean, that was just an existential threat that really loomed over all of this election.
All right, thank you for making time for us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There you go, Leslie Church. Here at Toronto St. Paul's, very dramatic riding, bit of a bellwether, bit of a wake-up call for the Liberals when the by-election, a big surprise when Don Stewart won just a very small margin. But as you're seeing from those results, a very dramatic difference tonight. And certainly when she came downstairs and entered, this celebration, there were loud cheers. And as we were hearing from the organizers when they were out on the street, when they were knocking on doors, the thing they were hearing again and again was Trump and the tariffs, and those concerns has brought this red wave back to St. Paul's. It was a red riding for many, many years with Carolyn Bennett, and it is red now once again.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at what is happening in the Greater Toronto area. Used to be known as the Greater Trudeau area for the hold the Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9 seats, seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it. They are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote lead. One more I want to look at here. This is Milton East, Halton Hills South. Brand new riding in Ontario. It was projected that it would be very close with the Liberals, and yet with only 43 polls reporting, the Conservatives have a lead there of 528. If at the end of the night we are talking about a Liberal minority and not a Liberal majority, you might want to look at what happened in the GTA for some answers there, Rosie.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Adrian. I should tell you there are 5 ridings where we don't have any information yet at all, no data. But you can see there are 2 greens on the board there, and just to give you a sense of who those are, not confirmed, projected elected, but leading. That is both in Kitchener Centre with Mike Morris and with, of course, the co-leader Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands. We'll, of course, keep you posted on whether those hold. Let's go over to Ian, though, now with some results.
Yeah, Rosie, counting is slow in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but I do want to take a look at what the seat change looks like at this point. And keep in mind, a lot of the seats in British Columbia are not projected to be done, to be elected, but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each, and that's at the expense of the NDP. Let's look at some examples of what's leading to the potential seat change. Langley Township, Fraser Heights. What's interesting to me about this is John Aldag, who used to be an MP, running again here, is how his share of the vote has just soared. It's gone from 30% in the last election in this riding to 48.3%. And so it's not coming at the expense of the Conservatives. They have almost exactly the same support right now, it's early, I know, as they did in 2021. Some of it's the NDP. Their vote has collapsed from almost 20% to just 5%. Vancouver Kingsway. If you know BC politics at all or follow the NDP closely, this will be really surprising to see Don Davies, the longtime incumbent, in second place. It's only a lead of 13, but we'll keep an eye on Vancouver Kingsway. Interesting to see that result. And in Richmond Centre, again, counts pretty small. They're taking a long time to count votes in a lot of the British Columbia ridings, but you see the incumbent Wilson Miao in second place, and the Conservatives right now in a small but still interesting lead. Lots of churn in these early counting moments in British Columbia.
And lots of close races, too. And we'll show you a little bit more about how close some of those races are and why the numbers at the bottom of your screen are moving back and forth so dramatically. And indeed, why we have yet to be able to call what kind of government Canadians have elected here. Right now, the Liberals leading are elected in 156. Remember, it's 172 you need for a majority. Conservatives ticking up to 148. Bloc at 25. NDP at 10. And the Greens now back down to 1. That shows you, as Ian was just talking about there, a lot of churn. A lot of things still moving here, and that means that we're going to take our time to call what kind of government Canada will end up with by the end of the night. We know it will be Liberal. We don't know whether it's a minority or a majority. Catherine Cullen, you have some results.
Yeah, let's look at some places where the numbers are starting to firm up. In this case, we're going to be looking particularly at Quebec and what is happening with the Bloc vote. You can see there the vast majority of the benefit there is going to the Liberals with that one Conservative seat. But some of this is less tentative now. We're going to look at 3 examples of projected elected seats, and they're all pretty interesting, starting with LaSalle and Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier that famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle and Verdun. Let's move over to Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes last time around. This time, it is Liberal star candidate Nathalie Provost who is projected elected in that seat. And finally, in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, the Bloc incumbent Luc Desilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting elected.
And that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec, the bloc down, and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here? Oh, let's check in with the panel. Yes, Arif Irani?
Well, I just think
Arif Irani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we were going next.
Rosie, I think what's important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You've talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Destinity tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we can maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the Prime Minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place here. And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Kareem Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Tayakan Park, Delhi Park. He's been declared elected. He will make an excellent successor, and that's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician. That's it. There's no going back. That's who he is. That's who he is for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think we found he was very much a political animal. And
yes.
He's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth, quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he played the game for good or ill.
Well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And well, Theo, you were out with him for a while.
He got a lot better. Like the first 2 weeks of the campaign, the difference between the last two is just astronomical. Like he has really fine-tuned his skills as a politician, as a public speaker. I don't want to defend the Conservatives on this panel or any political party, but I mean, I do think that a lot of Conservatives have also pinned their hopes and dreams on Pierre Poilievre, and they feel like, just as so many progressives feel, that Mark Carney is the one to lead them out of the threat of Donald Trump. So many Conservatives and new members of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make them wealthier and reduce crime and get rid of the homeless on the streets. And you know, I do feel that there has been a lot of projection of aspirations on political leaders in this election.
And that can be dangerous. Obviously, Prime Minister Carney started with lower expectations, but I think what's really quite amazing is that learning curve and how quickly he adapts and how quickly he could pivot from being a leading banker in two different sort of states to an elected representative, because it's difficult, let alone in a different language that isn't his mother tongue. And I think the Quebec electorate has responded to that.
Chantal.
Talking about the Quebec electorate, if you look at the province that did deliver what the Liberals needed tonight, it was Quebec. Take away those 9 gains and we are in a very different territory, the one where we never go to sleep tonight because we're still waiting to figure it out.
Well, that could still happen, let's be clear.
And what was but the feature that caused this, yes, there was the Trump factor, but it was Pierre Poilievre's lack of popularity in Quebec.
Yes.
If Quebecers had not been so viscerally opposed to Pierre Poilievre, the Quebec results for the Bloc would not be as bad as they are. And the Liberals would not be sitting with not a very big lead on the Conservatives seat-wise.
Yeah, no, not a very big lead at all. We'll see where that goes. But if you see that kind of tight, if we're heading towards a minority and is that tight, my gosh, that's not a very stable time for anybody. David, you got some stuff you want to talk about there?
Look, Rosie, I think the political science term for that is a parliament from hell. But what's happening right now is the stories in Ontario, folks. I mean, look, the Liberals have been projected to win the most seats here tonight, but they are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path of majority. They're just flat out down. And like, let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going Conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario, look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton, but in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue, because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario, because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles kind of competitive second and third place in vote share. And we're seeing this sort of playing out in Canada's biggest province, in the key battleground of Ontario. The last numbers I had on Ontario, because it is changing back and forth, 63 Liberal is what I'm told right now. They're down 13 in Ontario right now, at 59 Conservative. They're up 18. So the Liberals are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. The NDP are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like, we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you want in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to get some more results.
Two things.
Yeah.
One, I don't think we actually know enough at this moment, because we don't know what the advanced polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know. But a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment. And I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London Fanshawe, is that the Liberals decided to go after basically NDP incumbents to get to their majority, and Progressives did not know who to vote for. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. And so these are not naturally Conservative seats at all, but the Liberal and the NDP have split the vote, and the Conservative is coming in.
Yeah, Andrew, and then Arif, and then I'm going to take a...
Well, these are remarkable numbers at this point. Now, I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advanced poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. You know, this is, there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's two ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
I agree, but look at these two parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. Like, that is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly, Arif Irani, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's no doubt. I think the conversation with respect to crime has absolutely happened by Mark Carney, by the platform that he put out. It talks about things like gun control. It talks about things like investments in officers. What it doesn't talk about is suspending charter rights and invoking the notwithstanding clause. I think that's a mature approach, a professional approach, and one that is required from somebody who aspires to the highest office.
Okay. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. That's what's got us all worked up here, because things are moving around very quickly and things are very close. And so that's where we are tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government. What kind is anyone's guess? Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, and you see the NDP there hovering just below official party status. But one thing that is a little bit more certain than that, one seat that is a little bit more certain, is that of Alexandre Boulris. He maintains the NDP presence in Quebec. And I believe we have Mr. Boulris. The CBC's Kwabena Oduro is in the riding of Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. And you got the candidate himself there, Kwabena.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was brought up on screen that he was elected again in his riding, the crowd erupted. And I'm here with Alexander Boulris. What's that feeling like?
No, I'm so proud, and I thank the people of Oswona Petite Patrie for their confidence for a fifth mandate. We will continue to talk for them and to fight for them and get results.
So it is going to be a Liberal government. What are your feelings about that?
At least it's not a Conservative government, and we showed in the past that we can negotiate with the Liberals and get concrete results for Quebecers, like dental care. So we will continue that kind of work in Ottawa. It's not going to be easy, but I don't know what will be the end of this evening. It's quite exciting.
What do you want Quebecers and Canadians to know now that you are going back to the House of Commons to serve them?
I will be there to talk for their issues, grocery, housing, the cost of living. We will continue to fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that, Kwabena, the CBC's Kwabena Oduro in Rosemont-Le Petit Patrie. And I will note, Rosemary, I believe as of right now, Mr. Boulris is the only actually projected elected NDP candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen until we get things a little more solidified. As David was pointing out, some of the numbers in Ontario may shift a bit still, with advanced polls being counted and what have you. So we might be in for a long evening here. It is late already, but we might be in for a lot longer. Chantal, it looked like you wanted to say something there.
I'm looking at what's available for Carleton.
Yes.
You talk about Ontario ridings not being, there are not that many polls counted.
No.
But at this point, the Liberal candidate is ahead of Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah.
But that's mostly an illustration. I believe the end result will be a lot tighter than what I'm seeing. But it gives you an idea of how long we might be here before we have some final sense of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's, it seems to me that the vote counting is slower than usual.
It might be.
In many regions of the country. Carleton is a special case because it's got 91 candidates on the ballot.
But, we don't know what the turnout is. If the turnout is anyway what the advanced polls was, if that is reflected in the general, there are more votes to be counted then too, right? That's possible.
Yes, but I also believe that in future Elections Canada should want a protocol where the advanced polls are all calculated at the
ahead
same
of time. Yeah.
So that it doesn't skew the commentary and the results and kind of gives you a more stable basis for what's happening.
Right, because again, in Carleton, where they have those 91 people on the ballot, they were allowed to start counting those votes 6 hours ahead of time. Advanced polls in the rest of the country, it's 2 hours ahead of time if the returning officer wants. It's up to each returning officer to make that decision, and that's why things are a little sticky right now, I would say. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm going to show you. Oh, here we go. This is Carleton here, as Chantal was just saying. A lead of 1,400 for the Liberals, but that could be all those advanced ballots. That is very possible if they were counted first. And only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near calling anything in that riding, but that is why things are so, I'm not going to say volatile, but they are unusual and difficult to predict, I think, is a safe way to characterize things in this highly unusual election. Ian, you've got some results.
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are more stable and the counting has almost, well, if not been completed, at least the picture is a lot clearer there. And if you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider that is not really translating into a significant change in terms of seats, although even winning one seat in Saskatchewan for the Liberals is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015. And the seat we're talking about, and we've mentioned it many times tonight, Desnefe, Missinippi, Churchill River, Buckley Belanger is going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial Liberal. He's been a provincial NDP MLA. He ran unsuccessfully for the Liberals last time around. Redistribution changed this riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political in Saskatchewan, so you can take this in any direction you want. What's the headline tonight in Saskatchewan?
I think a crack in the blue wall for the Conservative Party. They held with that share vote you showed, Ian, very impressively, but the Liberals gaining that seat in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina, they were hoping to pick up some steam, maybe Regina-Wascana, Ralph Goodale's former seat. That didn't come to pass as of yet, and you showed us Andrew Scheer's result. No surprise there. Andrew Scheer winning for the 8th time. The class of 2004 coming in at the same time as Pierre Poilievre. As 24-year-olds, we're waiting to hear from Andrew Scheer. He'll be speaking with us, we believe, momentarily.
And what about the state of the NDP in Saskatchewan tonight?
Yeah, Ian, it's a bit surprising and disappointing, I think, at the same time for the NDP because they did so well in the provincial election, putting up a big fight in that provincial result, really increasing their seat count, but that didn't translate federally. The federal and provincial NDP aren't really aligned, and that showed, I think, tonight in the results, that 13% drop in the share of the vote for the NDP, very significant, and the Liberals picking up a lot of second places across the province, which is a surprise here in Saskatchewan.
All right, Adam Hunter, thank you very much for giving us the lay of the land in Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole lot of nothing definitive, basically. 157 leading and elected for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. The Bloc sort of sticking around that number now that most of the counting is done in Quebec. The NDP at 10 and the Greens at 1. And I believe that's Saanich Gulf Islands at this stage. So we are waiting to be able to give you a better sense of what kind of government Mark Carney will lead in his new mandate, where he is an elected prime minister, not just one who won leadership. That is Liberal headquarters, where there was a lot of excitement earlier in the night when it was declared that they would form government. But right now, they are waiting to see what exactly that means. And I guess we're on there, too. So, Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you. And I guess we're on there, too.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. And with me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lametti, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially that projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy that in the riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party. And I'm glad that Buckley Belanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically important for the government's credibility to be able to have support in all regions of the country. So I'm really pleased about that. Obviously, there are a lot of close races that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully our numbers will go up a little bit when the advanced polls come in Ontario and other places. But look, if you had asked me in December if these numbers were possible, I would have said no. With Mark Carney in place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve Canadians, we can stand up to Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Well, there are a lot of tight races left. A lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see more tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advanced polls. So let's see what happens. We know we're going to get government. Let's hope that that government is a strong one.
The vote is so divided right now. What does that say to you about the state of politics in Canada?
There's division out there, and we need to work. We need to work as a country, and we need to work as a government. Mr. Carney, Prime Minister Carney, is going to have to work as a government to be a rassembleur, to bring people together. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We need to combat that. We need to establish the ability to talk to each other again. And since I left politics, it's been a lot easier to talk to people on all sides. And it is something that we all just have to do. Every single citizen has to do it. But a government in particular has to lead, and Mr. Carney will lead us.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lametti.
Thanks,
That's
Ashley.
David Lametti, the former Justice Minister here at the Liberal headquarters.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. And of course, David Lametti, a good friend of Mark Carney's, who has been advising him, is what we kind of understand, a little bit throughout this campaign, as you see Liberals there waiting to find out how this night is going to unfold. Catherine Cullen, do you have some results?
Yeah, well, Rosie, a lot of action happening on that board. So let's go to Alberta, look at some of the cities and see where some of that action is happening. I believe we are going to start here with Edmonton Griesbach. There you go. Now, this was a rematch, right? Carrie Diot, the previous MP for this riding, Blake Desjardins of the NDP, won it in the last election. Carrie Diot has won it back. That is projected elected. So that is one of the certainties tonight, and some of the movement that you're seeing there also speaks to what is happening with the NDP numbers. Let's head over to Calgary. In Calgary Centre right now, the Conservative incumbent Greg McLean is in second. This is a riding that the Liberals took in 2015, but Greg McLean has had it for some time, so we're going to want to watch the results there. Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan. If you're a political nerd, like some of the people in this room, cough, cough, you might know Corey Hogan from his podcast, The Strategists. Right now, he is in the lead, but he's got quite an opponent in Jeremy Nixon, somebody well-known in provincial politics. And finally, Calgary McKnight, where the Liberal George Chahal finds himself in second at this point. The Conservative Delwinder Gill ahead by more than 400 votes at this stage of the game, Rosie.
Lots of interesting races there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at... Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot, but right now Pierre Poilievre trailing in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois. And this is Burnaby Central. It is early still, but the news here is what many in the NDP feared. Jagmeet Singh is in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes. But for Jagmeet Singh to be in third, that might be the start of a very bad story for him tonight. And there you go, Elizabeth May. She is leading in her riding by 1,700 votes. Saanich Gulf Islands will continue to watch there. Elizabeth May, of course, has been around for a long time. She is the co-leader of the Green Party at this stage. And that's because this man, Jonathan Pedneau, is the other co-leader. He decided to run in Outremont, came in fourth. Rachel Bendayan easily re-elected in the riding of Outremont in Quebec. And one more. There you go. This is in the riding of the Beauce. You can see the Conservative there won. My gosh, that is a huge margin, 20,000 votes in the Beauce. Maxime Bernier placing third. He is still the leader of the People's Party of Canada. We'll see whether that party continues after tonight. There has been very little success for him tonight and losing badly in his own home riding of the Beauce. All right, let's go back to David Cochran, who's got some updates and some information.
We're going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador and show you what's happening in Terra Nova and the peninsulas, and let this riding be a lesson for us throughout the night, because the Conservatives were leading in this all night. But look at this. With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now, with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect, with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is like the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advance vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advance votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the 2 main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Christia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Christia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Christia Freeland.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look back to where we were as recently as December, and you know as well as I do that at that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback, and I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job, and he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, and the answer is the Liberal Party and Mark Carney.
How much responsibility do you take for where we are at tonight? Because one could argue that part of your move to quit is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any solace in that difficult decision, given where you are tonight?
You know, Rosie, obviously I did not have a crystal ball on that morning when I took the really tough decision to resign from the cabinet. but I knew it was the right thing to do. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that we were headed in the wrong direction and that I had to do something about it. And I knew it was the right thing then. I'm delighted by our party's comeback and really grateful to all of the fabulous Liberals who have come out and worked so hard for this result. I've seen in my own campaign and campaigns across the country, people really getting this is an existential moment for Canada and showing up and working hard and showing, democracy, it's a noun, but we have to make it a verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real palpable wave of patriotism. Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it to unite our country and to build our country. And I know that that is what Mark Carney's government is going to do.
Okay, Christia Freeland, thank you for making the time on this busy night for you. Congratulations. We will speak again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Okay, thank you. That's Christia Freeland, who has easily won her riding today. Tonight, she is projected elected. Adrienne Arsenault has some more results.
Not such an easy battle in other parts of Ontario. We've been talking all night about how tight it is. Well, let's just look at some places where it's very tight. Eglinton Lawrence, Vince Gasparo, only leading by 55 with 114 polls reporting. This is happening all over Ontario. Let's look at another riding where it is extremely tight. Brampton, North Caledon. Ruby Sahota, the government whip, again, only leading by 29. There are 6 seats in Brampton. Almost all of them are very, very tight. The one I find especially interesting is the next one here, which is Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. Now, it's 325 votes. This was initially thought that it might be a Liberal NDP toss-up, but look at what is happening. And if the numbers don't tell you a story, let's look at this next graph, which shows how tight it has been there all night long. This is the vote share in Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. Look at that line between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the story that is playing out in many, many ridings across Ontario, potentially across the country. That is why the number keeps bouncing the way it does at the bottom of your screen, Rosie.
Okay, yeah, it sure does. It's moving around an awful lot, but right now tracking a little more heavily for the Liberals. Remember, a majority government, 172. The Liberals right now projected or elected in 164. Let me show you what the vote share looks like right across the country. Adrienne showed you that one particular riding. Look at that. 42.6 for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are. And again, the second part of that story is as you go down your screen and you see what's happened to the Bloc and the NDP at just 5%, which is undoubtedly a devastating outcome for them. They are not yet right at official party status. Not sure whether they will get there. That is the number 12 that you have to watch for. But again, lots of things still fluid and in flux. And Ian's going to tell us a little bit about some of that.
Let's take a look at Vancouver Island. This has been a fortress in the past for the NDP, and a lot of people wondered what would happen to their seats. And you can see here that right now the NDP is trailing in 4 of the ridings that they hold on Vancouver Island, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives are taking the lead there. None of these, though, are projected elected. But let's take a look, first of all, at Victoria. Will Greaves, University of Victoria professor, has pretty well doubled the vote share for the Conservatives in a riding which for a long time has been held by the NDP. I talked to another professor at UVic who said that Professor Greaves got the nomination back when it didn't look like there was really any chance of the Liberals winning. Well, now next year he's not going to teach any students. He's going to be heading to Ottawa. Esquimalt Saanich Suk, Stephanie McLean has gone from being a cabinet minister in the Rachel Notley NDP government in Alberta to displacing the NDP candidate here. This is Randall Garrison's old riding. So, of course, he was an analyst with us earlier tonight. Obviously, the incumbent not running again. But Maya Tate, Mayor Suk, was seen as a star candidate. And you can see she is in 3rd place. Let's take a look at Nanaimo Ladysmith, another place where the NDP support has plummeted. And Tamara Cronus is a lawyer, but on her website, it says you might find her bartending at the Legion, sport shooting, or playing bridge. So a lawyer with a bit of a twist. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, huge lead going on in Nanaimo. Ladysmith. Let's look at North Island, Powell River. This is a riding that I think some Conservatives thought they would win easily. And this is a riding that so far the NDP candidate, who is not the incumbent, has managed to hold on to more or less the share that the NDP had last time around. But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple of boards myself now to explain a little bit more of the story we're seeing tonight. This is sort of what we call a party summary board, how they're doing right across the country at this stage in the evening. So you can see their vote share 5.5% overall. But look at those numbers on the right, on the far right of your screen. Those numbers down. The NDP is down in every region of the country. And let me show you where some of that has gone by showing you this next board. This is the Liberal Party. Overall, 42.6%. But look at that. Look at what has happened to them on the right of your screen. Up in every single region of the country. And that explains a little bit where we are tonight. That collapse of the NDP, yes, has supported everyone, the Conservatives and the Liberals, but the Liberals really surging with some support growth, some growth in every part of the country. Let's go to David Cochran.
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, the NDP are down by double-digit percentage points everywhere. They could go down by double-digit percentage points. The only spot where they're not are the ones where they were in the single digits to begin with. But look, the path to party status was a difficult one for the NDP coming into Jagmeet Singh's third national election. They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have one seat in the island of Montreal. Alexandre Boulerice was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding. That's one. He's the Eastern Canadian flank. We do have them leading in Nunavut, but I don't believe they're elected yet in Nunavut. But let's look at Ontario. Let's look at Greater Toronto Area. Olivia Chow is the mayor of Toronto. There is not a single speck of orange anywhere to see in the GTA. We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus's seat. Right now, that is blue on our map. You go into southwestern Ontario. There was an NDP seat in Windsor. Right now it is blue. There was one in London. Right now it is blue. You go further east into Hamilton. There was an NDP seat. Right now it is blue. Their vote collapse, while the Liberals have gone up, the vote inefficiency has created a path for Conservatives in a lot of seats that I'm getting texts from people in the NDP campaign saying this is the consequence of strategic voting. People hurrying to the Liberals stop the NDP from stopping Conservatives in seats where if they're voted held, they might have won. Either way, they have two seats basically in the north and all of Eastern Canada. You get into Manitoba, you go into Winnipeg. This was another place where they had three seats coming into this. Right now, Leah Gazan is the last New Democrat standing in Manitoba. She has been elected, I'm told, in Manitoba. In Saskatchewan, they are nowhere at this point in time. You go into Alberta, you go to Edmonton. We already reported earlier, Blake Desjardins had lost his riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Heather McPherson is leading right now at Edmonton-Strathcona. So that means, really, obviously, no growth potential here. No growth potential here. It all comes down to British Columbia. This is where the core of the NDP caucus was. They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island. Well, you know, this is going to be tight. It's already one of the orange seats is flipped blue as the counting goes back and forth. You know, I have described Vancouver Island as the Narnia of Canadian politics. You got green, red, blue, and orange. Nowhere else in the country does that happen, but it's playing out here on Vancouver Island. But you have Liberals in Victoria leading right now for the first time since David Anderson was a member of Parliament in the Chrétien years. But look, this is where it really comes down to right now. Is the Lower Mainland. In Greater Vancouver, there were 5 NDP seats in Vancouver, including the leader, Jagmeet Singh. He's trailing right now. The others are close. Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway, the last update I had on that was less than 300 votes. So these are the areas where the NDP needs to come back, Rosie, if they're going to get to the 12 seats. But the arse is out of their vote. It's up to Vancouver to put it back in there. And I don't know if they have enough time and enough ground game to get it done at this stage of the night.
Okay, thank you for that, David. We can, though, elect another leader. Let's show you that. Elizabeth May has won her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant lead, more than 2,500 votes. She was first elected in 2011. She continues to be the co-leader of the party. Her other co-leader lost in his riding in Outremont, so we'll see what that means for the future of that party. But right now, only one seat, and it's hers, in British Columbia. She has always been an effective parliamentarian, but obviously difficult when growth continues to elude that party, particularly in an election like this. Chantal Hébert, what are you thinking?
I think this is what it looks like when you have a two-party system.
Yeah.
And the nights get long because it's a one-on-one battle.
Yeah.
And there are so many contradictions. I keep going back to the writing of Carleton,
yes,
Mr. Poilievre's writing, which after 40 polls now,
yep,
he is still lagging well behind. I'm not saying he's going to lose, but you would think they've done well in Ontario. And yet in his writing, this is happening. But the night we're having now is a direct product of the fact that we had a binary campaign.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're all a bit trying to find our footing is because we've never done an election night that was like this one.
Yeah.
Where none of the usual assumptions allow us to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's going to end with the Liberal government.
Yes.
I also believe the advance poll thing. Mm-hmm. And the lack of a protocol forces us to not go anywhere because we don't know where those votes have been counted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
That's right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won a seat.
He won, and I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, "Don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open." And that is exactly what happened. The advance ballots got opened, and he clinched his riding.
So you know why I'm obsessing over advance votes?
I've
because I lived through that.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections, that we mark them with a paper ballot. It's hard for people to make funny business out of it. But we did see some people talking about, pens versus pencils, et cetera. And I'm certainly hoping that there won't be anybody jumping on this advance thing where if it comes in a wave at the end and the Liberals improve their seat count, I hope that will not give rise to people saying, well, it was all because there was some funny business with the advance polls.
Well, you can use a pen, but they do have special paper, so even if you use a pencil, it doesn't get erased, just so people fact check that. But if you have 7.3 million votes in advanced polls, something's going to happen. Either it's happened or it's going to happen, because that's a lot of people who voted,
That's
a record
right.
number,
So as I say, for some people, that's going to feed some conspiracy theories.
Perhaps, yeah. Althea?
Even though I absolutely agree on the advance polls, and we don't know where it's going, but the trickle that you normally see in ridings that the Liberals should have felt confident holding is not there. It is bad news for the Liberals in the 905, and so there's probably a lot of people feeling quite antsy at the moment about the results that they're seeing in Brampton, for example. I mean, it's just so tight.
Yeah.
It's so tight. And Mark Carney will be the Prime Minister, but there will be a lot of, I think, reaching out to millions of people who did not vote for that party. When I asked him about that on Saturday, I felt his answer was not sufficient, but we were not allowed to ask follow-up questions, so.
Yeah, I'm told we're at about 38% turnout. Is that right, where we are right now? So that suggests that there's a lot of ballots that have not been counted.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
25% of the vote,
I mean,
right?
that's
You know, like
25%.
7.3 million people voted.
Unless really nobody voted today, which I also find hard to believe, because I was also told 1 million votes had been counted. So the count may be slow. That might be part of the problem.
Do we even want to do Churchill? Maybe we
and
just
Turning into California.
and what?
We're turning into California, where it takes them a week to count the.
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
I know you're taking breakfast orders. Sunny side up.
I can get you a coffee. I don't know that I can do eggs yet. I'll get my Uber Eats out if I have to. We'll get you guys sorted. Okay. I'm going to go down to show you where we're at right now as we talk about all these factors that are not allowing us to make any determination on how this night is going to end as we get closer to midnight Eastern here. 161 leading and elected for the Liberals. We've told you they're going to form the next government. We are not confused about that. That is going to happen. Confident in that projection. The second part of the story is what is left there on your screen at the bottom of your screen. 150 for the Conservatives. That is moving up and down pretty often, that number. The Bloc pretty much holding where you see it around 23, 24. The NDP not getting into the double digits for some time now, and that one green there, Elizabeth May. So that is where the fluidity of the evening is, and as Chantal just brightly pointed out, it is because of this unusual race where we are really talking about two parties fighting it out, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen, that it makes it very difficult at this stage to know how the night is going to end, because all the things that we would normally know during an election simply aren't happening, even when it comes to the share of the vote, which is pretty evenly matched as well. I'm going to go to Ian, who's got some results now.
Before I get to the results, I want to say one of the cool things about sitting here is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face.
Yeah.
It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So good on all of you.
I'm here for a good time and apparently a long time.
Anyway, that was really nice.
On cable.
It's after dark, right? So
let's go to Manitoba now and start with seat change in the province of Manitoba, where they've been counting for a long, long time. And you can see the Liberals up 2 at the expense of the NDP, though only one of those 2 is elected. The other one is leading. But let's take a look, first of all, in the one they're leading. We've talked about it a few times already. Nikki Ashton has been the longtime we're going to actually start in Winnipeg West. Doug Ailson, ER Doc, who was an MP for this riding and then got beaten by Marty Morantz, has turned the tables on him, and he is going back to Ottawa. I think we're going to go up north now. Yes, we are. Churchill Kiwatanuk-Aski and the longtime MP, Nikki Ashton, is trailing by quite a bit. So we don't have enough information there to declare this riding, but you can see it's a big and solid lead for Rebecca Chartrand, who lost this riding by a small margin to Nikki Ashton way back in 2015. And let's look at the perfect bellwether, the riding in Winnipeg South, which since I think 1988, the winner of this riding is also a member of the government. It happens time and time again, and it's happened again. Terry Duguid is leading, or actually has been declared elected there. Bartley Kivas, our CBC reporter who's done some excellent work in Manitoba covering politics, is with the winning candidate in that riding. Go ahead, Bartley.
So, Ian, as you mentioned, Winnipeg South is a perfect bellwether since it was created in 1988. It is only elected candidates from the party that wins, and I'm with one of them right now. Terry Duguid, first of all, when you were thinking in December 2024 about your prospects, and think back to that right now, what would you tell yourself from a few months back?
Well, I thought we were always in the game, but it's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing volunteers that are behind us. So,
a decisive victory here, but not a decisive victory nationwide. What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of a majority?
Well, it was a very hard-fought race. The polls were very, very close all throughout the election campaign. But compared to where we were a few months ago, I think we can be very, very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if these results hold and you're sitting there in the House and the Bloc Québécois votes with you for the first time, what will your response be to the Conservatives who say this is yet another coalition?
Well, I think we have to respect the will of the Canadian people. They give us the Parliament that they give us. We have a responsibility to work with all parties in the House, and we will do that. NDP, Bloc, Conservatives. Our country is under threat right now from our neighbor to the south, so we need to work together to stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking the time here.
All right, Bartley, thank you very much. And we have the CBC projected that the Liberals will form government, and we have not yet had a projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority. Still a lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.
That's right. Okay, thank you, Ian, and good to see our friend Bartley Kivas out there in Manitoba. Catherine, you've got some results.
Yeah, we said earlier, Rosemary, that the NDP lost the seat of Edmonton-Griesbach, but they have held on to another seat in Edmonton, and that is the seat of Edmonton-Strathcona. You can see projected, elected, re-elected Heather McPherson, and the CBC's Sam Sampson is in that riding of Edmonton-Strathcona tonight. Hey there, Sam.
Hi, Catherine. Yes, and we are here with NDP projected winner of Edmonton-Strathcona, Heather McPherson. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, let's chat about what you said at that stage there just a few minutes ago. The future of the New Democratic Party is in this room, and for the West, that might be you. So nationally, there's a bit of disappointment of how the party has done so far. Where do you go from here as the NDP?
Well, honestly, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to all of the people of Edmonton-Strathcona who were kind enough to send me back to Ottawa. And, I'm going to still do the same thing tomorrow that I've done every single day since I was elected in 2019. I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm going to fight for people in Edmonton-Strathcona, people in Edmonton, people in Alberta, and people in Canada. That's what New Democrats do. This room was filled with people who were volunteers, who knocked on doors. We had the best candidates in the city. We had a great team. It just, the way things went, people were voting out of a sense of fear this election. And New Democrats do better when people are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
Well, you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your party, Blake Desjardins lost his seat to Kerry Diot in Edmonton-Griesbach. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, I mean, how do you represent the West when you go back to Ottawa when there is such strife within the National Party?
In 2019, I was the only New Democrat elected in Alberta, and we were able to get so many things done. With my private member bill, I was able to stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains. We were able to actually move. In this last parliament, there were 25 New Democrats, and look what we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation under Jagmeet Singh, a pharmacare plan that the Conservatives and Liberals had voted against time and time again, and that was only 25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. But New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government accountable, and they are going to have to live up to their promises to Canadians to make life more affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
Well, there are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, Catherine, Heather won this seat pretty firmly back in 2021 with 60% of the vote. We have called it so far for Heather in this moment. Polls are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less at the moment. We'll see where the night takes us.
Really interesting. Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Sam Sampson. And Rosemary, Heather McPherson saying the future of the NDP is in this room. Pretty noteworthy when they have not right now. They don't have official party status, and the party's leader is in trouble in his own riding.
Yeah, and let me show you just that very thing. There you go. Jagmeet Singh continues to trail, continues to be in third place. That's where he's been this night in his riding of Burnaby Central. It had been a concern for the party, and it continues to be so. So we'll see whether Mr. Singh is even able to hang on to his own riding in Burnaby South. And so I'm going to go to Randall Garrison. I brought him out there. So we'll start with the good for you, Heather McPherson. A bit of a star MP for the NDP, frankly. She was re-elected in her riding, but also a loss of Blake Desjardins. And Mr. Singh is in some trouble. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, it's obviously not a happy night for New Democrats, but I think what
most New Democrats understand is that this is an election where a lot of our traditional supporters held their noses and said, we have to vote for the Liberals to keep Pierre Poilievre out and also to have the strongest possible stance against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so they've lent their votes to the Liberal Party this time. But remember, the NDP is still the government in 2 provinces. We're the official opposition in 4 provinces. I still see a path to 12 seats there because the NDP heavily works advanced polls and everyone knows that. I think we could still end up with 12. I think the Liberals could still end up 12 seats short of a majority. So we could still have a fairly positive outcome. But I'm not trying to say that this is a good night for us.
No, you're not going to sugarcoat it. You're a political scientist and recovering politician.
Recovering both. So, but I think there's room to rebuild from this.
Sure.
And that Canadians will remember that Mark Carney is first and foremost a banker and an investment capitalist. And so when it comes time for the Parliament to try and deal with the trouble that Trump is going to cause for ordinary Canadians, there need to be those voices there to say, what are you actually going to do to make it better for ordinary people? And there'll still be at least 9 or 10, if not 12, New Democrats to raise those questions.
Do you think, though, that Mr. Singh should have, earlier in the campaign, we talked a lot about how Mr. Poilievre should have pivoted, and who knows if that's actually the truth, given where the numbers are. But I wonder whether Mr. Singh should have pivoted earlier, whether he should have not suggested that there was some world in which he was going to be prime minister and should have pushed more for the balance of power and protecting the things that you're talking about.
Well, it's a very short campaign we've been in, and so pivoting earlier means a week earlier, maybe?
Well, no, starting from that point, maybe.
Well, from the beginning, we had no idea what was going on because of Trump. We had no idea what kind of campaign it was going to be. We had no idea that this big shift would be, whether it would be lasting for Carney or there was a bump.
Yeah.
So for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, nobody really knew what was happening. And once we did know what was happening, he did shift very quickly.
Right. What happens if he loses a seat?
Well, it's always hard for leaders to lose their seat if they want to stay on as leader. And I'm ultra honest. I don't know whether he'll want to stay on as leader if he loses his seat. It's going to be very difficult for him. I know it's been very hard on his family because of the threats that have been made to him. And maybe he won't wish to continue. On the other hand, the advanced polls come through, he still wins his seat, we still have 12 and the Liberals are 12 short, that's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, that's fair.
And we'll live to see tomorrow where we actually end up.
Okay. Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate you being forthcoming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other results here in the riding of Central Nova. Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much. We get to be together on election night anyway, Rosemary.
Okay, so it turns out that idea to not retire and spend time with your family worked out for you here. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'm feeling really good about the path ahead. Obviously, it's an invigorating experience to be successful in an election, to have the privilege to represent your community in the House of Commons. My family's actually really excited. We were all together earlier this evening watching the results come in, and this is an incredible opportunity to continue our service.
Yeah, and I'm totally teasing you about that. But what do you make of what the numbers are so far and the fact that this has been a two-party race throughout this election campaign, and that is reflected here tonight? And we don't know exactly how this is going to end, other than you are forming government.
Yeah, look, I'll reserve judgment on the final numbers that come in, but the results we're seeing tonight reflects my experience on the doorstep over the course of the last number of weeks. People were faced with a very clear choice. Who is best to represent Canada in defending Canada, standing up to the threat that we're seeing coming from south of the border? People have very different views as to the appropriateness of one party or another, but that's what elections are all about. More than any election I've been a part of, this was a very clear choice with a clear issue, and thankfully, locally and nationally, the voters have made the choice that I think was the right one.
Right, but still not. I realize that the bar, 3 months ago was let's just survive. But as the election went on, it seemed like the bar was let's try and get to a majority. Could still happen, I suppose, but I think it's getting increasingly less likely. A minority government, is that something that you think Liberals can deal with and work with going forward with Mr. Carney if that's where we end up?
Well, look, I anticipate, and you got to keep in mind that the future of the government is not up to political parties, but it's up to Canadians. The Canadian people are always right on the back end of an election, and if they decide to elect a minority or a majority, it's incumbent upon those of us who get elected to work across the aisle as much as possible to ensure that we implement the kinds of policies that are going to serve the Canadian people and the way the Canadian people see fit. If not, you may find ourselves back in an election. But in the meantime, I think we're going to have an opportunity to work in a cross-partisan way to try to defend Canada's interests, in particular in the face of threats from Donald Trump and the United States.
And tell me, do you think it is possible for the Liberal Party to work with the Conservative Party? We were discussing it with the at-issue panel. I mean, it just seems, given the way the election unfolded and how difficult Mr. Poilievre was before the election in terms of how he confronted the Liberal government, I don't know how that works going forward. Do you see a path for people to work together in the face of Donald Trump?
Look, it may depend on the specific issue. Obviously, one of the things that I heard on the doorstep and something that reflects my experience in the House of Commons, Mr. Poilievre in particular has adopted a very similar style of politics to what we've seen from President Trump. But it's not as though that one person represents the voices of every member of Parliament from all opposition parties. We have the opportunity to work with members of different political parties. We have the opportunity on an issue-by-issue basis to work with many Conservatives as well. I had many opportunities to make friends on the other side of the aisle, including in the Conservative caucus, and we're going to have to leverage those relationships. Canadians do not want us to continually talk about what's wrong with the other party that we may be competing against. They want us to put our ideas on the table and work together to get things done. I heard that message loud and clear in my own community, and it's a lesson I'm going to take back to Ottawa going forward.
Okay, Sean Fraser, nice to see you. Congratulations again, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
I'm sure. Thank you so much, Rosemary.
Okay, have a good evening. Appreciate it very much. All right, we're talking to some of the people who have clinched their seats today. If any Conservatives want to talk and you've won, happy to put you on as well. Just give us a call. Adrienne, you've got some results.
Yeah, well, why don't we do that right now? Let's go to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. This is, if you have a look here, this is Jamiel Javani, projected elected. This is a seat that the Conservatives have held by increasing numbers over the last few years. You know, it's interesting. The shorthand when people talk about Jamiel Javani is that he is very good friends with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. You know, would that make a difference for him, for better or for worse, at the polls? Not so far. He's done extremely well. He is headed back to Ottawa. And let's find out what this night is like for him, because I believe David Common is right there in Bowmanville, Oshawa North. And I think you do have a guest, David.
We do indeed, Adrienne. And yes, this is, you know, there have been electoral boundary changes for this election, and this riding certainly among them. But much of it was former Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole's riding in the by-election following his resignation. It was Jamiel Javani who won that, and Jamiel Javani winning again tonight. Congratulations,
first of all. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a great team here in Bowmanville, Oshawa North. Very excited and happy to bring home a victory.
I do want to ask you, Mr. Javani, because you've just spoken to your supporters, a large group that's here at the pub here in Bowmanville, North Oshawa, and you said to them, among other things, that Doug Ford was a problem for you in this campaign. You said that he sabotaged the Conservative campaign. That's your words. You said he was a hype man for the Liberals. Take me through how you see that.
Yeah, well, look, Doug Ford just went through an election. I have differences of opinion with him. I don't like how he's managed healthcare or education. But out of respect, we didn't say anything. Federal party, we didn't get in his way. When it was our turn to run an election, he couldn't stay out of our business. Always getting his criticisms and all his opinions out, distracting our campaign, trying to make it about him, trying to position himself as some kind of political genius that we needed to be taking cues from.
Was it him specifically? Was it his campaign manager, Corey, tonight? Do you see Doug Ford as a problem for the federal party in the outcome of this race?
I see Doug Ford as a problem for Ontario and for Canada. I think he's not doing a great job in running this province, and now he's trying to exercise his influence over other levels of government, and it's not like this guy is doing anything particularly well. I mean,
you did used to work for him.
I did. I'm speaking from experience. I tried to fix problems in this province, and he kept getting in his way and all his goons around him all the time. They wouldn't make anything better, and now we're seeing him because this guy's a political genius because he beat Bonnie Crombie and Stephen Del Duca, and now we got to sit around getting advice from him? No. He has taken the provincial Conservative Party and turned it into something hollow. unprincipled, something that doesn't solve problems. He's glad-handing with Christia Freeland, having coffees and lattes with Mark Carney. And I'm sitting here saying we need to be fighting for change and something new and something different, not being a hype man to the Liberal Party.
Some would argue that the challenge within the federal Conservative movement is that there are these divisions, divisions that in some ways you're outlining tonight, and that it is the thing that stops or prevents, holds back the federal party from the
That was perhaps inspired what Jamil Javani said there. It was very frank and aggressive about what the federal Conservatives are doing. Let's bring in the panel and get their response and reaction to that. I mean, if you wanted confirmation that there is a problem, a major rift between Ford Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre Conservatives, Jamil Javani just showed you that.
It's like it was two different interviews. Like the last part of it about the strivers and the go get them, et cetera.
The hustlers.
That's the kind of, but that's a kind of a positive vision of the party. The first part, when he was on the tirade about Ford, shows you part of the problem. I mean, it reflects the duality of the result here. They did a lot better than people were expecting mid-campaign. That's right. So they've escaped with the skin of their teeth. But they blew a 25% lead, and I think you saw part of the reason why there. The failure to build bridges even within their own movement.
Yes.
And this kind of scabrous negativity. I mean, you know, people talk about, oh, well, it's only because the NDP vote collapsed. A big part of the reason the NDP vote collapsed was Pierre Poilievre's leadership and the specter that he presented to, at least to progressive voters. Yeah. When conservative leaders are scary, NDP voters are more likely to listen to the Liberal siren call of you have to vote with us.
Yeah, and the favorability for Pierre Poilievre never improved. In fact, it probably did the opposite through the polls, Chantal.
But if you're going to run possibly a fragile government, it's good news to hear this interview because you know the Premier of Ontario will continue to be working with you as the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada.
That's right.
And in the end, bottom line, once we get through this who knows when thing, the next order of business is going to have to be dealing with what's happening south of the border.
That's right.
And the one relationship that will really matter is that of the Premier of Ontario with the Premier of Canada in those circumstances.
Yes, yeah.
Having listened to that, you kind of feel relieved that These are not the people who will be knocking at Premier Ford's door.
Well, I mean, it does show that if it was a Pierre Poilievre prime minister with that kind of animosity between the biggest province in the country, I don't know how that would have worked to take on Donald Trump. I don't know. Maybe they would have been able to patch things up if they were going to form government. But
I mean, when there is no need to say things like this tonight.
And you
and
wonder
go on
whether
rants.
you wonder whether he had authorization for this. I mean, Pierre Poilievre, as I say, they escaped with skin of teeth, but he should be a chastened leader at this point. He threw away a 25% lead, and it's because of things like that. And if he doesn't learn from this experience, then he's going to reap all he sows.
he still, though, I mean, if these numbers hold, the last vote was at 128. He's 150. He may hold the Liberals to a minority. I mean, that will protect his leadership potentially, right? Yeah.
The first question, will he be in the House of Commons?
Yes.
Because I keep looking at those results in Carleton, and I'm waiting for them to find the stack of votes that puts him back on top.
Yeah.
There are still lots of polls in Carleton that have not been counted.
But he has not led that race yet.
Oh, he is significantly behind. It's not a close race at this point.
Yeah. Jason Kenney, we snuck Jason Kenney in there because I also heard Jamil Jivani say your name as someone who is a conservative that he likes and points to as someone who is able to bring people together. What did you make of that? And there is obviously a problem here between Ford conservatives and Poilievre conservatives, and I don't know if it matters, but there's some deep animosity.
Well, there are certainly some personal differences, and to state the obvious, I have a firm grasp of the obvious. By which I mean, I think this is actually much more personal than it is ideological or factional.
Okay.
Every party has certain issue factions and personality factions. In this case, there seem to be 2 or 3 personalities that have really ramped up what I think is an unnecessary conflict that simply needs to get resolved.
Yeah.
And, I know Jamil, for whom I have enormous regard. He's a incredibly talented a guy with an amazing story.
Yes.
He has a particular series of grievances. And I just, none of this should have been in the public domain. Let's put it that way.
No, for sure.
And I agree there should have been earlier efforts to engage get those relationships well settled much earlier. But it's not like there's a huge rift. Most of the people going door to door for federal conservative candidates in the last 5 weeks were going door to door for Doug Ford's candidates a few weeks before that. And you know what? The Ontario PC critique has been that Poilievre's team doesn't know how to win in Ontario. He's right now over 45% of the popular vote. Mr. Ford won 43% of the popular vote earlier this year. So the federal Conservative campaign is getting a better result, a larger total raw vote count, and a higher share of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. And I think so a little bit of everybody has to put some water in their wine and put the best interests of the country first.
Yeah.
And maybe the common interests of partisan conservatives somewhere in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Pierre Poilievre had called Doug Ford right from the get-go, the same way that Mark Carney did, he went and had breakfast with him, it probably would have helped. Whether it matters at this stage, I don't know.
Well, remember, it's not just Poilievre versus Ford. It's Poilievre versus Tim Houston in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And it seemed like there were a series of candidates who looked like they could be perfectly acceptable and presentable candidates for the party who just didn't fit in with the Poilievre clique.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike DeJong in BC, why was he not allowed to be a candidate? So, it's one thing, you can have a tent that's too broad and you lose all definition and you don't stand for anything, but you can have a tent that's too narrow and you just wind up defeating yourself.
Okay, I want to go to Conservative Party headquarters, if we can. Maybe, possibly.
Much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on.
That's just a look inside the room where, that's what it looks like when you have not won an election and you're waiting to see more. Let's go to Kate McKenna, who's, I imagine, been talking to people and getting a sense of how people are feeling in that room tonight. Kate, yes, they haven't won, but it does look like they have improved over what they got in the last vote. But tell me what people are telling you.
Well, what your guest just mentioned about the federal Conservatives doing better in Ontario than the provincial Conservatives did, that's something that the campaign has been going around talking about. That's something that is very much being discussed in this room. And yes, they are losing. They're aware that they're losing. However, they're happy. Well, I wouldn't say they're happy, but they're encouraged by their gains that they've made. They're encouraged by the amount of popular vote that they're getting. But of course, one thing that's hanging in this room is that Pierre Poilievre has not won his seat yet. In fact, he appears to be trailing in his seat. We are hearing that he is set to talk in a few minutes, but they did play the Jamil Jivani interview here. At the same time, obviously, it was on the CBC broadcast, and there was a lot of applause in the room for the things that he was saying. There was a lot of hollering and cheers for the people in this room who feel that Doug Ford's interventions in this campaign were not helpful, and they did not advance the Conservative cause in this very competitive election. So this ongoing rift appears to still be taking place within this party, and we'll be watching to see how it manifests over the next few days.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. I'm going to now go to Ian Hannah-Mansing, who's got some results. Ian.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Greater Vancouver and see how the NDP are doing there in terms of seat change, first of all. So we'll put that up on the screen, I hope, or if we don't, then I will, yeah, there we go. So this is vote change in Greater Vancouver, and you see the Liberals are up. The Conservatives are up. This is a pattern we've seen in other parts of the country as well, and you can see that this is at the expense of the NDP. Now, hours ago, when we looked at New Brunswick, this kind of vote change didn't really affect seats at all, but in Greater Vancouver, it is affecting seats. Let's take a look, first of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a three-way race in 2021. This time around, the NDP has plummeted from having won this riding. Bonnie Zerillo is the incumbent MP. You can see she's not only in third place, she's in a distant third place, and it's put the Conservatives in first. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in third place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed, once again, the Conservatives to come up through the middle. Now, those aren't elected yet, but it is interesting, and it helps explain why the numbers look the way they do, particularly in BC at this point in the evening.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to Jason Kenney, if I can, just to ask you this question. Shortly we're going to hear from Jagmeet Singh. That's the little box there at the bottom of your screen. So we're also going to bring in Randall Garrison in a moment so he can respond to some of what Mr. Singh is saying. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up with a bigger number of seats than the last vote, 149, 150, put aside whether he's going to win his riding, where he is still trailing, but put that aside. How does the Conservative Party view that? Does he have the ability to stay? What do you think is going to happen there? And then if you want to throw in the thing about the riding, I don't know whether this is real, but he hasn't led at all night.
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment on the riding. Sure. I will just say that I think Mr. Poilievre, if he decides to stay as leader and leader of the opposition, he will have overwhelming support to do so. I don't see any faction or group within the party egging for a new leadership. I think the party realizes changing leaders every 3 or 4 years is counterproductive. And I think, on the merits here, right now, 42% of the popular vote nationally. The last time the Conservatives achieved that was under Brian Mulroney 37 years ago in 1988. Growth in new cohorts of supporters in a broader Conservative coalition that includes younger voters than typical, apparently doing very well in communities of new Canadians. And one of the most interesting things, I talked earlier about the sort of blue-collar swing that we seem to be observing towards Conservatives. Conservatives are winning in Windsor, Tecumseh, Windsor West, one of the Sudbury seats. We almost went Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Centre. I've never seen that. These are long-time traditional NDP. So the NDP swing was, as I know it's fashionable around here to refer to the progressive bloc. A lot of traditional NDP voters wouldn't regard themselves as on the left. They're for the little guy. Sure. And Pierre Poilievre has been fighting for the little guy. He's broadened the Conservative coalition in that way, and picked up apparently at least 30 seats. So, and finally, he has been, in my judgment, the most effective opposition leader in our lifetime. Some might say too effective. Such an effective opposition leader that he became typecast as in that role.
Well, and he also got rid of the very things that were going to help him, Justin Trudeau and a carbon tax. I mean, that was his own success brought that to him as well.
More than that, look, I mean, I heard my friend Arif here dismissively referring to Mr. Poilievre's three-word slogans. Look, he created the issue matrix that has been dominating Canadian politics for the past 2 years around affordability, the cost of living, housing, immigration, much of it represented, yes, by the carbon tax. He's also taken some principled and courageous positions. I think he took on the Liberals on their class warfare baiting on the capital gains tax increase. I believe he's the only leader who in French and English pointedly opposed the Quebec Bill 21 law against religious symbols in Quebec. Did somebody else?
No, don't go there. No. He didn't. He actually has fudged whether he would intervene in the Supreme Court on it. So
I heard his clear opposition to it. So my point.
He says he's opposed to it, but he doesn't say what he would do about it.
I think he ran a substantive campaign. He set up the issue set. He helped to defenestrate Justin Trudeau. And he's got the best result for a Conservative leader since 1988.
Okay, and I take all those points, and they're excellent points, and I'm going to let Jagmeet Singh speak in a moment, except that wasn't the bar. The bar was 25 points ahead, and you were going to form government. And you're telling me no one in the party is going to be angry with him?
Oh, there's going to be a desire for sure for a retrospective. And I think any leader after this circumstance should show some humility, should take a step back. And I think the important thing is, does a leader have the ability to learn and to grow? I think we've seen him modify his tone, his approach, his issue focus over the past several months. I think that demonstrates such an ability. He'll have to demonstrate that to the party, but I don't see anybody gunning for his job.
Yeah, I'm not saying his leadership's in any trouble, but he needs to reflect on why he's not going to be prime minister tomorrow, because a large part of it was the leadership. The leader was the biggest liability for the party. The strategy that the party pursued, at least for the first part of the campaign, was clearly wrong. He bears responsibility for that. So he should clearly have to answer some questions to the party.
It's also very dangerous to take for granted for both the Liberals and the Conservatives that the NDP weakness in this election is something that will be permanent. On the contrary, I don't know what Mr. Singh is going to say, but at this point, it's not really hard to imagine that it could be stronger with a stronger leader than it has been over the past 3 elections.
Althea?
Well, the ridings that you mentioned are three-way races, that they're not, that the Conservatives got in through the middle because of the progressive vote splitting. But I get your point, especially in the 905, where I think Pierre Poilievre did a really good job, especially on the crime stuff. I think the reason that he's going to have trouble, whether or not he wants to stay, is the interview that we just saw with Jamil Javani. That aggressive tone really does not sit well with a significant chunk of the caucus that has been reelected. And we will find out as soon as the first caucus meeting whether or not they decide to approve the Reform Acts, and the caucus gives itself the power to decide whether or not Pierre Poilievre stays. And I think that will be a way for them to negotiate, because I think there are things that they would like. One MP called it the end of the reign of terror. Basically, they want Jenny Byrne gone. And if the result is low enough, they will set conditions to say, you want to stay, well, these are the changes we want to see.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Kenney, because I'm going to go to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think there are legitimate questions around tone.
Yeah.
And I think, amongst other things, if he had made an effort to more clearly position to auditioning for the role of prime minister rather than opposition leader late last year, it could have been marginally helpful. I don't think it would have changed the fundamental structure of this election in the way things unfolded.
Thank you, Jason Kenney. Let's go to Jagmeet Singh. He's there in his riding in British Columbia. I should tell you that right now, as things stand, Mr. Singh is well behind in his own riding. He is in third with 4,000 votes, the other two far ahead. So things not looking good for him in his own riding tonight. And as we've shown you there, the NDP not even official party status. Let's listen in live.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're good, thank you. Thank you, that was very nice of you, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. I love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Christia. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too, forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy, it's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down, Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that is Jagmeet Singh conceding, first of all, his own riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in third place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since 2017. Marina von Stackelberg is in the room there. Marina, obviously a very emotional room, and I must say, a very gracious speech by Jagmeet Singh tonight.
Yeah, this was really the worst case scenario for the NDP, this idea that Jagmeet Singh would not be able to hold on to his own seat, that there would be severe losses for the party, which is how this is panning out. You know, throughout this campaign, one thing that we heard from supporters and from his team was that a lot of progressive voters that would have voted for the NDP were scared. They were scared of a Trump. They were scared of Trump. They were scared of a Poilievre majority. And so they were going towards Mark Carney's Liberals. And, you know, the party tells me that they feel like if they would have had a bit more time to explain to people that this would cause vote splitting. This is what we've seen is several, you know, big name NDP MPs potentially or actually losing their seat because of vote splitting. The party clearly saw this was a potential issue. They actually started a whole campaign about it here in BC, saying vote for NDP to prevent Conservatives from getting seats. So obviously this is a huge loss for this party. One staffer I spoke to earlier today, we were talking about the potential outcome, said for her, it was something that no matter how it shook up, they had helped to get dental care. They had made dental care happen. And for them, that was something they were going to hold on to. That was something that the NDP pushed to with just 24 MPs in the House of Commons. But obviously, this leaves this party in really the worst situation. The last time they lost official party status was in the 90s. And this is so important for a political party. It allows you questions in the House of Commons. It allows you, you know, to be in committees, to get staff. And so where this party ends now is really going to be the question.
Okay, Marina von Stackelberg live there in British Columbia. Of course, I said Burnaby South. It's Burnaby Central is the riding where Jagmeet Singh has lost his own seat. Thank you, Marina. Appreciate that. I'm going to go to Randall Garrison there. I will say, if you're going to lose and have a devastating night, and still act that gracious in your loss, that speaks to the humanity of these leaders and certainly of Mr. Singh. Speaking about the sacrifices people have made, he himself also has made, and now that he's stepping down. Are you surprised about the fact that he's leaving?
No, and I said just a few minutes ago, I guess, on the air, that it was too early to write the story, but I was pretty sure this is the story we would be writing.
Yeah.
supported Jagmeet early on because of the kind of person he is and the compassion he shows to others, which he demonstrated in the speech, but also calling on Canadians to get behind the winner of this election to get us through these difficult times. An enormously difficult thing to do when you've lost.
Totally, yeah.
And so I give him high praise for that. I wasn't certain he would resign tonight, but I did think he would resign.
Yeah,
given the outcome. Now, I said earlier, where does the party go from here? Well, we still don't have a majority government here, and even if there are only somewhere between 8 and 12 New Democrats there, they may have a key role to play. And even if there's a small majority, they'll still have a key role to play in all those things that Jagmeet has talked about that are important to ordinary Canadians and the cost of living, housing, healthcare, all those things that are traditional priorities of the NDP will still be problems that the new parliament has to grapple with.
And not to take anything away from that legacy and the legacy of Mr. Singh, but we've come a long way from Jack Layton and official opposition to now. And I wonder why that is. I wonder, and what you think the party has to do to get back to a place of growth where people don't see it as a protest vote or a vote to park, but as a real alternative, a viable party.
Well, I think, as I said earlier, I believe that this is a temporary setback for the NDP in terms of people aren't saying we reject what the NDP put in the window as an offer. They've just simply said we have a bigger crisis here. Right. And for this election, we are going to make a choice for a strong leader in the face of Trump. Yeah. And so I think that's what's happened. So can the NDP, come back from this? Yes, I think they can. There's always the danger when you shrink back that certain protest moments or groups or things will try to take control of the party and keep it away from the mainstream, which leads to success, not just for the party, but for Canadians who believe in those values. And so I think that will be a challenge for the party in its reduced circumstances. Yeah. But I have no doubt that we'll meet that challenge and be able to move forward probably as soon as the next election, which may be very soon, if this is indeed a minority government.
Randall Garrison, thank you for coming all the way from British Columbia to help us with our coverage. I know it's not fun to have a disappointing night and have to talk about it, but you also were very gracious.
It is not, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Apart from the obviously bad outcome, it's been fun.
Okay. Good.
Other than that,
yeah. Appreciate that, Randall Garrison.
Thank you.
Yes, David.
Roseanne, just getting word from the Liberal campaign that Mark Carney intends to speak in the next 30 minutes. So we should hear from him in the next 30 minutes or so on wherever this is going to end up tonight.
Okay, and there on the bottom of your screen there in that small box is Pierre Poilievre's headquarters, the Conservative headquarters. We are going to hear from him in just moments. And there he is with his wife, Anna Poilievre, who has been by his side throughout this campaign, really a vital part of the campaign to try and get people's support and to show a more personal side of him. Let me show you where Pierre Poilievre is in his riding of Carleton at this hour. Remember, unusual things going on in that riding because of the longest ballot campaign. There are 91 people on the ballot, but Pierre Poilievre has not led once in the course of this evening in his own riding. And the Liberal there, Bruce Banjoy, is ahead by more than 2,000 votes. So that is something to watch for sure. Not calling anything there, but not very encouraging for Mr. Poilievre tonight. Let's listen in.
Merci. Merci, chers Canadiens.
Dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you because it has been an honor to be your voice, to fight for conservative values, the values for which you voted, and it will be an honor to continue to try and restore the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
Heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because we must now never stop. The people of Canada deserve that we continue to fight for them.
Who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup.
Stay on despite this electoral loss by calling supporters, by calling people he knows, and saying that he wants to stay in his job now, once again, leader of the opposition. But I can tell you from speaking with people who are here, you know, they didn't think they'd be going back to opposition. And he will be facing questions from inside his own caucus, from inside his own party about whether or not he's best suited to keep the party, keep leading the party. But you know, he has grown the base and he has made the base younger. And there is an awareness among Conservatives that he has done a lot in terms of growing the popularity of the party. They're quick to point out that the results so far in tonight are the highest, the best results in terms of vote count that the modern Conservative Party has ever had. Very quick to point to the NDP collapse as being the reason why they're not currently in the lead. So, you know, it's a different outcome for him in some senses than it was for Jagmeet Singh, and we're hearing that he's planning on staying on.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. Appreciate all your coverage of the Conservative campaign throughout the campaign. I'm not sure if we'll come back to you, but otherwise I'll see you tomorrow. That's Kate McKenna. She's in Ottawa covering the Conservative campaign, as she and JP Tasker and others have been doing. Difficult, too, because there was no media bus and plane, and so it made covering the campaign difficult, which I know is also a criticism that some Conservatives had of Pierre Poilievre. Let me bring in Jason Kenney now. I think it's very clear, regardless, we'll see what happens inside his own riding, and we're being very careful because advance votes and all those kinds of things, but he was definitely laying the groundwork that he has no intention of leaving, and he was pointing to the proof points as to why he deserves to stay and continue this fight. And I know you think that he will. I do know people who are already gearing up to try and push him out. We'll see what happens.
Well, I know a lot of Conservatives in Canada, and I haven't heard that from anybody. Not to say they don't exist.
Well, they exist. I don't know if they tell you, but they told me.
He certainly has. He certainly has earned, in my view, the right to stay on as leader, for the reasons I've already articulated and that he did tonight. Look, he's got to show some humility for sure. Any leader who loses in any circumstance has to do that. That means reaching out. It means perhaps an approach more focused on making friends. And that includes provincial leaders. It includes, by the way, there were, for some peculiar reason, a lot of ridings held back, dozens of them, for the very last minute, where dozens and dozens of candidates were basically pushed out of the way for appointees. There will be some grassroots fences to be mended there. But I think, look, if you've been to one or two of Pierre's events, you can see that he has a uniquely strong connection. You all can dismiss it as the base. These are many people who've never been before involved.
They're not the base.
But they're not just, they're more than traditional conservative partisan activists.
Right.
He's brought in, right from his leadership on, a new cohort of people, getting them into the democratic process, which I think is commendable. And there are a lot of people, and I congratulate Mr. Carney. I think he's a phenomenally talented man. And as a conservative, I wish him nothing but the best in standing up for this country against the threats and intimidation of Donald Trump. I was very happy to hear Pierre say that tonight.
Yeah, that was
that while his constitutional job is to hold the government to account, he will stand united with the government in defending Canada's interests. That's critical.
Yep.
It's important to acknowledge that there's a reason why all those people were showing up in record numbers at those events. There's reasons he's raised unprecedented levels of funding in a political campaign. There is a large well of deep anxiety in this country to which he spoke about people being unable ever to afford a home, pay their bills, deal with the cost of living, crime in their communities, and a sense of despair amongst a growing number of Canadians. He has become a very powerful voice for that. So I wouldn't diminish that. And I think that we're talking here about millions of Canadians who identify very strongly with what you just heard.
Yep.
I think he needs to blend into that, learn from this lesson.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I wish he had done earlier on was to find a sister soldier moment, as they say in American politics, to identify the MAGA North crew on the Canadian right, to call them out and say that if they agree with Donald Trump and want us to become the 51st state, they have no place in the modern conservative movement. He did say that implicitly. I think it would have been more effective. You know, the problem for Canadian Conservatives, if they have to almost overcompensate, I think, in opposing Trump, both in tone and in substance. I don't think there was much daylight between Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney on the substance of how to deal with the Trump threat. But there was a presumption from a certain set of typically older Canadian voters that somehow Conservatives in general, or Pierre in particular, weren't really all that fussed about Trump's threats. I don't agree. By the way, for me, one of the positive things tonight is the total disappearance of the People's Party of Canada at less than 1%. Stick a fork in it. For all the MAGA North people on social media who have been championing Trumps against this country, you're less than 1% of the population. So that should no longer be a distraction for the Conservative Party. And I think it's an opportunity to acknowledge some real progress that has been made by the party, but also a moment for humility to see how it could have been done differently.
Okay, let's have our friends over there beside you weigh in. Althea?
I think what we saw during this broadcast is the divisions that exist within the party. Do you want to be angry like Jamil Javani and call people names, or do you want to be a bridge builder? And I think that is the discussion that caucus is going to have. Mr. Poilievre has clearly said he has no intention of leaving. He actually can stay. The party can pay a salary for him to remain the leader of the party while there is an opposition leader in the House, and Mr. Poilievre can run in a by-election. But I think that, you compare and contrast Mr. Singh's speech and Mr. Jamil Javani's words and Pierre's words, and I think there's big divisions within caucus about the direction that the party wants to go. I hear you and I agree with you on where the base, if you want to call it, of the party and all the new people he brought in since the leadership. I think he speaks to that anger. I think he not only has given voice to those people's anxiety, but I think he has helped fuel those people's anxiety in a way and capitalize on that in terms of fundraising dollars. And I mean, that's the way our system is built. But he has crafted a message that has allowed more people to be angry and donate more money and get more eyeballs and more social media. And I think the tone we will very soon know in the House is, do you want to be the statesman-like person that we saw during the debates? Or do you want to be this angry person that we saw through Jamil Javani?
I do think some of it, to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, I do think some of the campaign did pivot towards trying to be hopeful, to take the frustration of Canadians that was real, that he tapped into for so many months, and turn it into, I have solutions. There's hope.
But that message has been like that, even in the beginning, even since the Canada is broken moments, because it was Canada is broken and I will bring hope.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew.
I thought it was a very good speech, first of all, struck the right note, reassuringly normal. And I absolutely agree with Jason that one of his achievements is to have been to destroy the People's Party. But there was a cost to that. And when he's looking at what might have been tonight, where he might have been the Prime Minister, that long period when he was talking about the World Economic Forum and Bitcoin and firing the Bank of Canada governor, it printed itself into people's brains. And, it wasn't a given that when Donald Trump reared his ugly head, it wasn't a given that that would have to be at the cost of the Conservative Party. Supposing there had been a leader who had a reputation as being reassuring and unifying and statesmanlike, people might have turned to him in that crisis. And the fact they didn't is part of his legacy as well. So yes, he has expanded the party's base in many ways, but he scared a lot of people on the road. And he now has an opportunity, now that the People's Party, let's assume, maybe we'll have to eat our words, but let's assume the People's Party is no longer a threat to the Conservatives. He has an opportunity now to pivot towards the center, to pivot towards the mainstream, and to continue the tone that he set tonight.
Yeah, as Jason Kenney said, to rid yourself of all of that and not have to worry about saying things to make them happy. Chantal.
Oh, well, the first thing I'll note is that there was not a hint that he thinks the election result isn't what it is. And I think it matters these days that the person who loses says this result is legitimate.
Yes, that's important.
So, second, I think it's too easy to underestimate what it means not to have a seat for Pierre Poilievre.
We have not called it yet, okay? Just to be clear.
But if that's where we're going, it's singular that for the entire evening, every time 10 new polls have been counted, that margin 6 points behind has been maintained. But without a seat, this is someone who needs to be in the House of Commons. He's never going to want to delegate, so he needs to be there.
But that's where he's best. That is where he's best. Yeah.
But when Parliament convenes, the game is going to be different. Why? Because we will be in that battle against it in the tariff war, against the Donald Trump musing about 51st state. So at some point, it will require a different approach to the job of leading critic of the government, because Canadians are going to want to see some sense that their politicians are united.
Yeah.
And you cannot forever be the friendly fire that kills the government of Canada in the battle that we're going into. It's been easy. The flags and buying local, that's the easy part of what's coming.
Yeah. He is, you just saw on the board there the results where they are right now. Again, still trailing the Liberal. He's 4 points back now. So that is why we are being careful here. And we also don't know how the advanced vote went. And of course, the long ballot issue is another complicating factor in Mr. Poilievre's riding. So we'll hold on before making any other decision here. As you can see there on the bottom of your screen, we're waiting for Mark Carney to emerge. I'll just get maybe a final thought from Jason Kenney before I let you go sleep if you want.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Just quickly, because I got Mr. Carney's wife walking.
And I hope we hear from Mr. Carney a real voice, a message of unity.
Yes.
It's not just about Mr. Trump. There are divisions in this country that have been highlighted in this campaign about winners and losers in our economy and our society, and we need to take those very seriously.
Jason Kenney, thank you for coming in from Alberta and giving us all your time. Really great to have you here. Okay, let's listen in live now to the Prime Minister's wife, Diana Fox-Carney.
Bonsoir Canada, et merci pour votre vote.
Hello, Canada, and thank you for your vote.
Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered, not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong, and Canada for.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening,
Bonsoir.
everyone.
Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir.
What an evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter
Before I
les autres
begin,
chefs de parti
I would like to congratulate the other party leaders on their campaign and all the work that they did. I want to thank them for their service to Canada, now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. I'm Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjo. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjo. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles.
I want to thank the thousands of volunteers who are here tonight and across the country that gave their time so that we could talk to Canadians, who spoke to Canadians, who spoke to their neighbors, who made the calls. The people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
throughout this campaign, Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their confidence. And I have been deeply touched by that, and I want to thank you. The French language, Quebec culture, are at the very center of Canadian identity. They define this country, the country that I love so much. And I will defend them tirelessly. With my team of Quebec members of Parliament that you have just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec will continue to prosper within a strong Canada. And whether you're a worker in Fort Mac or an accountant from Toronto or a worker from Quebec, my government will work for all of you.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires
We will
fiables
strengthen our relations with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And if the United States no longer wants to be in the forefront of the global economy, Canada will. We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. It might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidatants.
The challenges ahead will be difficult, but that is clear. Major changes, such as the ones we're seeing, are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you, and I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are, and we always will be, a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble
we
les
built
langues
a
et cultures
country that
et
brings
les
together
croyances
languages and cultures
Unis,
and
nous
beliefs
avons
that are
bâti
different.
des institutions
We
culturelles
built
essentielles, comme
critical
CBC,
cultural institutions,
Radio-Canada.
such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
In recent months, Canadians have done their part. They came together to defend our country and our way of life, who we are. And I know that when we are threatened, we will fight.
We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, a very happy Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, now elected to that office, given that he also won his own riding of Nepean. Talking about his own humility and the ambition that the country needs right now, and reaching out across the country and across the aisle, talking about the millions of people that wanted a different outcome, saying that he will govern for all Canadians, no matter what, and talking about some of the things that he plans to do now to take on Donald Trump. Ashley Burke is in that room.
It's been a long night. We will ask for another 10 minutes of your patience.
Okay, Ashley, what are you hearing? How are people feeling?
It sounds like they're resetting the stage for some sort of performance from a musical guest that's going to be coming up. People in the room, I just want to talk about the tone that's changed throughout the night. The last time we heard people before the speech break out into applause is when they heard that Pierre Poilievre congratulate Mark Carney on his victory here. And really the tone, aside from this music before this, was much more quiet. People, in the crowd were really hoping, they're looking at the advanced polls, hoping that those numbers perhaps could bump up the numbers. Others I'm talking to say that they believe it could be a minority. They've lost hope tonight, but people are still waiting to see what could happen. As you heard during that speech, Mark Carney talked about humility. He's been out night after night talking to Canadians, asking them for a majority government, a strong mandate. That's something that he's seeking, and we're going to wait and find out if that could happen or not. And he really talked about his message again today, that he wants to be the one, that he wanted to be the one sitting across the table from Donald Trump. And that's something we just heard him speak about again. And people here now, it seems like the energy is going to pick back up and turn more into like a party-like atmosphere here, Rosie.
Okay, Ashley Burke down there at Liberal headquarters in the nation's capital. Yep, you can always tell who's winning because there's dance music and that kind of thing. But as Ashley says, we are not yet in a position to tell you what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, and we're going to explain to you why that is in just a minute. But first, I do want to bring in the panel just to get some thoughts on what we heard there from Mark Carney. Mary Ng has kindly returned. She was with me yesterday. She's back here for the end of the night, but at least we know the outcome, and you have something. You have something to say, and you're probably quite happy, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is Prime Minister Carney, and he is going to govern. And I think that when you look at the results tonight, what's really important is what he has laid out in terms of the work ahead. And I think for me, the most important thing is the last part, which is about unity, because the Americans are going to look at us, and they're going to want to see strength. They're going to want to see strength in Canada. Donald Trump responds to strength. And I would say that looking at the numbers the way they are, probably the most important thing that we need to do as a country is to come together. Mm-hmm. And you heard the Prime Minister say he's going to govern for all Canadians. That is the job ahead. And it's going to be some job that he's going to have to do, and that we're all going to have to do. And I would say that that would include those on the Conservative benches as well, because it's going to be the sum of the parts that's going to make us strong.
Yeah, and we did hear some of that from Pierre Poilievre. We will see, A, whether he gets elected tonight, and B, whether or not that sentiment holds. But Chantal, in terms of reaching out to the people that did not vote for the Liberal leader, in terms of setting sort of expectations around the kinds of things he's going to do, what did you make of the Prime Minister's message tonight?
That he did the after-sales service that was expected of someone who may be leading a minority parliament with a very small margin over the main opposition party. The Liberals, this campaign for the Liberals will go down in the history books for having reversed that lead that the Conservatives enjoyed for so long, that looked baked in, for having picked a leader in record time, and for having run a very disciplined campaign.
Yes.
It wasn't the Liberals who fought amongst each other or whispered in each other's back. It was the Conservatives.
Yes.
And that cost. That being said, if Mr. Carney wants to talk about humility, he should look at recent history and Paul Martin, because he does have a chance of becoming just an extension of the lease that Justin Trudeau had for 3 terms. And that is a danger that is even greater for the fact that Maybe he will get to a majority by morning, but if he stays where he is, it's a fragile government whose life expectancy, in theory, on average, is 18 to 24 months.
I'm going to dip back in, if I can, to Liberal headquarters, can I? Because Mark Carney is making his way through the crowd there, and I just want to get a little taste of what's going on. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep those pictures up and keep talking. I would note, though, that right now, 166 plus 7 from the NDP gets you in a comfortable spot for the Liberal Party. If you might have a minority, but you've got a pretty strong way to get to a majority, and you don't have to work with the Bloc to do it.
A minority is a minority is a minority.
Yeah, except there's an NDP. There's an NDP who doesn't have a leader, right?
Yes, but I don't think there's a lot of appetite on the part of Mark Carney's team or on the part of Canadians to have a new.
No. I'm not suggesting that, for sure.
Formal agreement with the NDP, and the NDP is going to do what it needs to do, which is support the government because it can't afford to have another election campaign.
I will point out, though, that the numbers have ticked up here just over the course of the past 5 minutes, and we'll explain a little bit more what we're looking at in a second. Andrew, what did you make of what Mr. Carney had to say? The Prime Minister, rather.
I thought humility was a well-chosen theme for several reasons. One is the Liberals had a near-death experience here. If Donald Trump had not blundered into the whole thing, they would not have had this result. Secondly, because at one point people were talking about them getting 200 seats, but you could feel the air slowly going out of the campaign in the last couple of weeks. They're lucky it didn't carry on for another couple of weeks. Third, because Mr. Carney has many strengths, but he's always been the smartest guy in the room, and that has its perils. It can impair your judgment, and it can alienate other people, and this is not a moment, God knows, for triumphalism, even though you've won. And fourthly, because we're heading into very perilous times, facing up against somebody who wishes to do us ill. It's going to require cross-party cooperation. I must say, it did my heart good to see this kind of outbreak of all-party classiness tonight. Long may it rain. I don't think it will last for very long. But if they're smart, they will understand that this is the times we're in, that if we're going to project strength, I said this earlier tonight, it's not going to come from one party beating its chest and saying, I got a huge majority. It's going to come from working across party lines with the other parties.
Yeah, that was the right message for that, for tonight, Althea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was also noteworthy that he had very kind words to say about Jagmeet Singh and Mr. Blanchet and Mr. Poilievre. He did not have to be so graceful, but another thing Mr. Carney knows how to do is count. So
I think he does, actually, quite well.
So this is a lot tighter than they expected. And this, I think, changes a bit of the calculations in the House of Commons. The other thing is, although he acknowledged he was a politician at the end of the campaign, it is hard to be in the House of Commons and to face someone criticizing you and calling you names and opposing everything you're trying to do all the time. And so there will be a big learning curve, I think, in the House for Mr. Carney as well. At least he gets time to do a reset, speech from the throne. Maybe there are things that he can put in there to reach out to Mr. Poilievre's voters, and not just to say that I will represent you, but that I have heard the concerns that you voiced through Mr. Poilievre, and I will address them.
Well, a middle-class tax cut, not as big as what the Conservatives promised, but that'll be one of the first things. But you're right, we've never seen a Mark Carney in the House of Commons. We don't know how that's going to go. We don't know how he will respond if he is attacked. I tend to agree with Andrew. I don't think the calm and decorum will last particularly long, but we'll see where the night ends. And so I'm going to turn to David Cochrane now to give us a sense of where we are, where we might be going, or why we might not go to sleep ever again.
Yeah, it's 20 after 3 back home in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I still have friends text me. It's like, it's going to be a majority or a minority. And the answer is we kind of still don't know, and here's why. The advance votes, we talked about this earlier in Atlantic Canada, they are still coming in, the advance polls and special ballots, and they are causing swings of 2,000 votes, from one party to another. I want to just give you an example of that trend. We're going to go to Port Moody, Coquitlam. Let me see if I get it on the first try. There we are, Port Moody, Coquitlam. Okay, right here, you look at this. With 215 of 220 polls reporting, Zoe Royer for the Liberals has a 1,440 vote lead. When we started looking at this at 12:30 Eastern, the Conservatives had a 900-vote lead. Then the advanced polls came in 45 minutes later and a flip to an 1,100-vote Liberal lead. Just have a look at this trend line. We show you how the vote went in this particular riding throughout the night. Look at the vote share. Look, it gets really close together, but see that pretty much? The blue line was right on top all the way until it wasn't. And so that's what happened in Port Moody, Coquitlam. There's a similar story playing out in the Ontario riding of Nipissing, where a 1,000-vote Conservative lead became a 1,000-vote Liberal lead when the advanced polls came in, and they just flipped like that. So right now, Rosie, like we'll go just to show you this, the Nipissing riding. Oops, I'm in the wrong province entirely. It's late. My flight is boarding soon, and I think I might have to carry this map on when I go back to Ottawa. But you go here now, Nipissing to Miskaming. Look, here you have a lead of 1,153. Gary Keller, who a power panelist in Power and Politics, he was ahead by 1,000 votes not that long ago, but with one poll reporting, it looks like Gary will still be available for punditry work because Pauline Roquefort has a pretty big lead there. So we're seeing this right across the country. There are a couple of ridings in Quebec. Let's go in there where we have 6 overall ridings across the country where the Liberals are second and they're less than 400 votes behind. When we started this exercise of tracking it, we were looking at within 1,000, and it's just kept going down, and some have already flipped. So if we go to the greater Montreal area, just to give you an example of one riding we're talking about here.
Is that possible?
Terrebonne. This is one, look at this. You can see, look at the Bloc Québécois lead. It's 28, right? There's one poll left to come, but that's an advance poll probably, or a special ballot. And that's the sort of place where the Liberals have parked a lot of votes over that long Easter weekend. Remember, 7.3 million people went out and voted in this. Here's another one we're watching in Quebec. Shefford. Bloc Québécois riding right now, 651. Okay, that has moved more in the Bloc's favor in the last little while since we've been listening to Mark Carney speak. But when we started this, Rosie, we were looking at things like in Kitchener, for example. And we're going to say, okay, Kitchener-Conestoga. This was one of the ones where the lead was small. It flipped in the time it took us to figure out our list and come up here. So we have these 6 seats. We look at things like Milton East, Halton Hills, Vancouver, Kingsway, Nunavut, and Brampton North Caledon. Because remember, the Liberals, the 905, the Brampton area has been, some of their strongest areas over the years. 504 vote lead, but 15 polls. Right? 15 polls, and if some of that is advanced polling, we've seen these swings of 1,000 votes just in a couple of advanced polls coming in, right? Brampton West is also another one that, look, there's 3 polls left there. Now it's 1,100 vote lead. Kamal Kara looks like she's in a lot of trouble there. Yeah. But there is still this handful of ridings that if they all come in the way they've been moving, you can see Mark Carney's team getting to 170. 169, 170, maybe 171. There's an outside shot to get to 172 here. And this is why it just hasn't been called yet. There's just so much volatility because of the sheer amount of vote that the Liberals have banked, in the advance and special ballots. But here's one where it could go against them, just to end on this, Rosie. Yeah. And this is Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Going back to this. The advance poll allowed Anthony Germain to come all the way back and get to a 46-vote lead. There's one poll left. This is special ballots. This is people who are outside the country, outside the province. The risk here for the Liberals, there's a lot of what we call rotational workers in this riding. People who go to work, in the oil patch in Alberta, or in oil projects off the coast of North Africa and South America. So if it's a lot of people, Jonathan Rowe is an engineer in the oil and gas sector. The Conservatives are very much the party of that industry and have made that pitch in this part of Newfoundland and Labrador. So this is one where, if you look at what we're seeing in Quebec, Ontario, and BC, the late advance and specials seem to favor the Liberals. This is one. That's a bit of a knife's edge where the Liberals could lose ground if that's fewer snowbirds and more like oil rig workers.
So maybe you don't know this, and maybe this is a hit that someone will make for me, but if they need 6 seats to get to 172.
Yep.
Is that possible?
I'm going to be like the Jim Carrey meme.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a chance,
yeah.
Right? Like there's seats here where you take one from the NDP, so that moves it to 167 to get Vancouver Kingsway. Brampton North Caledon will be a one you take away from the Conservatives. Terrebonne would take one from the Bloc. So these, that's to get you up to 169. Nunavut would take one from the from the NDP, and then you get there's the new Milton one, Milton East Halton Hills, where my excellent producer Tyler lives, or is from, sorry. And make sure, am I hitting this right, Tyler? Direct, there we go, I got it on the first try. This would be from the Conservatives. Look, you have a 473 vote lead for Parham Gill, 184 of 201 polls reporting. Milton is an area that has voted Liberal. As condo towers go up, more Liberal voters tend to move in as the city moves to the suburbs and the suburbs move to the exurbs. So with that many polls remaining, there's 4, 5, 6 there. Yeah. It's still a mathematical long shot, but it is a possibility, and a good chunk of these seats may in fact even be a probability. So this is where things could be by the time Canada wakes up in the morning, because Lord knows how long they're going to stay up.
We're now at 167.
So what flipped there?
So it's changed again.
Yeah.
You can figure out what's changed. Let me go to these guys because they've also got some more details about where things are at. Ian?
What flipped, Mike?
Yeah.
You faked me out there. I thought you were looking at Adrian.
I was looking at you all the way down at you. A little cross-eyed at this point.
That's right. Let me quickly go through 3 ridings, one of which David Cochrane mentioned in BC. Too close to call. So in Kelowna, look at those numbers. And to David's point, 2 polls yet to report. Kelowna is a place that has only elected right-of-center candidates since its inception, I think in 1997, with one exception, and that was Stephen Fuhr winning in 2015. He is clinging to a very slim lead there right now. Okay, let's go to Vancouver Kingsway. Don Davies has held this riding since 2008. By the way, this is the riding where that terrible tragedy happened on Saturday night, Vancouver Kingsway. But again, really close. And David's taught me to be looking at the number of polls reporting 188 out of 193. Let's look at one more riding, New Westminster. And again, 286 with still quite a few polls to report there. And David, let me ask, do we know what those remaining polls are, or are we just kind of guessing what they are?
We don't. Look, it varies from riding for riding, but I'm told we know, and the people who are running the call, Meg Banks, our producers, say a lot of this, if not all of this, we're talking advance polls and special ballots, and we know the Liberals dominated that, and we're seeing it. So, we were wondering what flipped to get to 167. Remember, we just looked at Brampton, North Caledon. It was blue. Look at the lead now, a 536 vote lead, right? It was a 500 vote lead. It was a 500 vote lead for the Conservatives. Now it's a 500 vote lead for the Liberals. Advanced polls coming in, 10 polls left. That's probably all advanced and special polls, right? Wow. So there are these seats. You were looking at the Peter Julian riding oops, I'm going back to the last vote. We don't want to be there because that'll just confuse everybody. But you go back to the Greater Vancouver area, right? This is the Conservative one, New Westminster, Burnaby. Look, there's 29 polls to come in this, and the NDP running in third. Look at the gap there, 286. You can see that getting chewed up pretty fast with advanced vote coming in.
The NDP in third is pretty, that's pretty remarkable.
Well, look, there's a whole bunch of weird vote splits. I mean, you look at Southwestern Ontario, the way they lost their seats down there to the Conservatives. But in this one, if Jake Sawatsky did what most of the Liberals did on that Easter weekend in banking a lot of vote, he's still very much in this race. That gets you to 168, Yeah, okay. And so there is the path. It is there. Yeah. Whether it comes through, we'll have to see.
Let's dig into some of those things with you, Catherine.
Yeah, some more close races. So let's head out to Nova Scotia, to Cumberland Colchester.
Still Nova Scotia.
Still not decided, Rosemary. Speaking to this point, right? We still do not have a projected elected. Stephen Ellis, the Conservative incumbent, in second. Pretty significant margin there, we got to say, but still not called. And let's move over to the west of the country. Let's go to Calgary Centre and look at the numbers there, where you have the Conservative Greg McLean in the lead, but not projected elected. But you know who else is in Calgary Centre right now? The CBC's Aaron Collins is there, I believe, at Greg McLean's watch party or headquarters tonight. Aaron, what's going on?
I've been here all night. Greg McLean trying to win this seat for the third time in 6 years. And the vibe was distinctly low earlier in the evening. His Liberal competitor, Lindsay Lunau, was doing very well. That sort of flipped sort of to what David said. I mean, there's been sort of this back and forth, but we're seeing some real surges from McLean. He's feeling confident, and he's telling me that even if whatever happens in this riding, whatever happens across the country, whatever happens in that riding in Ottawa that everyone's watching, he's got full support for his leader and full support for the future of the Conservative government, for the Conservative Party moving forward. So Greg McLean feeling good about a third time around here in Calgary Centre, Catherine.
He almost just wandered through your shot there, Aaron. That's how good he's feeling. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's feeling good.
The CBC's Aaron Collins in Calgary Centre. Rosie.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. I want to show people a couple more of the leaders that we have not called. We'll start here with Pierre Poilievre in the riding of Carleton. So he is still trailing in the riding of Carleton. He has not led in his riding once all night, but he is eating away a little bit at that Liberal lead. It is closing slightly. And again, because there's still a lot of polls to report, because again, it was the longest ballot effort, because again, we don't know about those advanced polls, we're not going to call this yet. Also, Pierre Poilievre has been elected 7 times there, so we're gonna wait and see how things unfold for him. Let me show you what's happening though to Jagmeet Singh. And as he said himself in his speech, he is leaving as leader. He will not win tonight, but we are not calling who will win because again, some of the issues that David talked about there, a 1,200 vote lead for Wade Chang in Burnaby Central, but again, 5 more polls that still have to report. And again, not sure where the advanced polls are there, so don't know if that will be a Liberal win or not, but Jagmeet Singh is losing tonight. Okay, so that's a picture of where some of the leaders are. Let me show you again where we are here on the board, just beneath me. 167 for the Liberals. Remember, 172 is the number they are still hoping to get to. 145 for the Conservatives, 23 for the Bloc, 7 for the NDP, and 1 for the Green. That lone Green is Elizabeth May. I'm going to go to the panel one last time if I can, because I do think that they might be packing up soon, my friends. Yeah, which is, I get it. Like you thought you were just going to be here for 6 hours, and now we're turning into what day are we?
We're
Tuesday?
starting a negotiation.
That's right. We're starting a negotiation to leave. No, I saw you put your bag together. So let's just one.
Because I'm on air in 4 hours.
I know how you roll.
So.
I just want a final thought then from all of you before I let you go. Chantal, a final thought from you about what you saw here tonight.
Divided country. This 2-party race kind of split the country wide open. A big job for the next prime minister, the elected one, because it's going to be difficult. I also believe on the side of the Conservatives that in the cold light of morning, these numbers aren't going to look as good as they look tonight. I remember Pauline Marois, the PQ leader, coming very close the PQ to Jean Charest, who won a minority government, saying in an interview the next day, I've been in government and I've been in opposition and I know the difference. There is only one winner. The Bloc probably not unhappy despite its losses because it has leverage. Quebec gave this to Mark Carney.
He said as much too in his speech.
It's the province that delivered. But in exchange, the notion that Mark Carney could govern with the NDP and just ignore the Bloc,
forget it.
Non-starter.
But he has support from Quebec. What he's going to have to do is make sure that he takes care of Quebec.
Yes, but what you hear when you talk to people who lent the Liberals their vote this year is we're not sure that he cares or understands anything about Quebec. And that can come back to haunt the Liberals in 2 years.
Andrew.
Divided but not polarized. I mean, it's extraordinary that in the middle of a crisis, when in a lot of countries around the world, extremist parties have been doing extremely well. Canadians gave a lot of their votes to 2 pretty mainstream parties. The 2 parties themselves moved a long way towards each other. I'm not saying you should always agree on everything, but it was kind of reassuringly normal politics, and I think you saw some of that tonight. I think both Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney have reasons both to be grateful that they escaped the worst that might have happened to each of them, because at one point or another, each of their parties was looking at a pretty bad result. But I think neither of them can come out of this claiming that they're the king of the world. They were both given a proper dose of humility, and I think you could see that tonight.
Yeah, Althea?
I wonder where things go next, especially for the Conservatives and the NDP, because I think you'll have some soul searching within the party's membership about, do they want a party that is more of a broad-based party that can try to win by tacking more to the center, or do they want to be more of an ideological purity party, especially for the NDP? I think the Conservatives need to think about, how do you win? Can you win with the current formula, which is basically just based on splitting your opponents?
Yes.
Or do you want to win by having a broader coalition? And I don't think that the caucus knows the answer to that yet. And I think the answer from caucus, actually, I don't know who is part of the caucus at the moment, so maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know that the old caucus versus the party membership is the same versus the people who voted. So I think there will be a lot of kind of internal party soul searching in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Yeah, I will say that margin between Pierre Poilievre and the Liberal Bruce Vanjoy is shrinking again. So we will see whether, if he has a seat, I think things get maybe easier for him in terms of trying to stay, maybe not.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
No, I don't either. I mean, he made that clear. Whether his caucus agrees, I don't know. Mary-Ing, I'll get just a last thought from you as well, because I'm going to let you all go and lie down.
Well, I agree with the panel. I think, the results should give us all a lesson as Canadians. And the work ahead is going to be really hard. And I think that if we're going to get through this, then it requires everyone to play together, because Canada expects it. And every leader, every party has that responsibility to Canadians, and that needs to start tomorrow.
Okay. Mary-Ing, thank you for coming in late at issue. Chantal, Andrew, Althea, thank you for being here and staying late. I'm going to let you go because I've also booked you for tomorrow night on the National, so I have to let you sleep before. Doesn't matter for me, it matters for you. Thank you all. Appreciate it very much. Get home safely. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Adrienne.
It doesn't matter for me either.
Doesn't matter for you either, sister. Sorry.
All right. So just one thing about Ontario. Firstly, number of ridings, as David has been explaining, still haven't been called. I've just gone through them. I count 7 where the difference in votes is less than 1,000. 2 of them where it's double digit. One is like 16. One is 88. Here's one that hasn't been called. There's still a sizable spread there, but 280 of 287 polls. This is Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma. This was thought to be initially at the beginning of this night a 3-way race. Not at all. It's a 2-way race. If you were to look at the graph, you would see it's just neck and neck all night long. So what's it like there? What's going on? Lisa Shing is actually in Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma. How are you? How are people feeling? It's late.
It is late, and people have been waiting, Adrienne. I'm here at Liberal candidate Terry Sheehan's watch party, and it's been kind of tense on and off throughout the night because of how close it has been throughout the night, and perhaps indicative of the closeness of the race. Mark Carney was here on Friday campaigning with Terry Sheehan, and we had seen Pierre Poilievre here at the beginning of the month, beginning of April. Bill Blair was up here with Terry Sheehan as well. There are a number of issues affecting this community, symbolic of the key issues in this election. Sault Ste. Marie here is a border city and right across the river from the U.S. It's twin city of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. It is a steel city, and so the 25% tariffs have been felt here very starkly. I spoke with a business owner who said people are tightening their purse strings already because the future here is uncertain. So just a few minutes ago, Terry Sheehan did have his victory speech saying that they fought hard to win this riding. He said especially compared with where the Liberals started at the beginning of this. And I know we haven't made that call yet, but in his victory speech, he said he's not taking any of that for granted. He'll continue fighting for the issues that matter to the people here, including the tariffs and the trade war. And this riding, Sault Ste. Marie, the city, is on the front lines of that, Adrienne.
Okay, Lisa, I don't know if you're in a bar or in a restaurant, but it's definitely past closing time there. Problem is, this race hasn't been called yet, so buckle up, I think, a little bit. Lisa Shang and Sault Ste. Marie-Algoma. Thank you, Rosie.
Okay, thanks, Adrienne. I think Ian has some more results for us.
Well, let's go all the way back to New Brunswick. And you may remember yesterday I said that there was one riding in New Brunswick that flipped in 2021, and both of the main candidates here felt it was going to be close. It is close, and I want to show you what the vote count has been like through the night, and you can see these two lines, and then as they just almost blur towards the right-hand side of the screen there, that's when it got closer and closer and closer. About 2 hours ago, Lisa Harris texted Jacques Poitras and said that she was basically conceding. I think she was going home, going to bed, because she said to him in a text, quote, "I don't see a path to victory." Maybe there is a path to victory. There is one poll yet to report, and that'll be special ballots, ballots that were cast outside the riding. We know there were a total of 2,786 special ballots. We know that the gap right now is 394. Here's what we don't know. How many of those outside special ballots have been counted to this point? But there is a possible path to victory. I think Lisa Harris is asleep right now, but we'll see what happens in Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Okay, thanks, Ian. I was just trying to get some further explanations as to where we are. This is really, just to be clear, again, the reason why we haven't made a determination, again, in these ridings that my colleagues have been talking about is largely because of the advance poll and the special ballots. Those are still significant numbers. It is not that these ridings are too close to call. It is that there is still a large amount of vote coming in these places. And that could still change a number of ridings. And as you see there, the Liberals at 167, it wouldn't take very many times for them to get up to 172, Catherine.
Yeah, so there are 3 ridings that we have not called. The CBC decision desk has not made a call on. In Alberta, Rosemary, they are all in Calgary. We talked about Calgary Centre a minute ago. So let's take a look at the other 2 here. I believe we have Calgary Confederation coming up first. And so you can see not quite all the polls reporting. We're talking about a 640 vote gap here. This is, again, a really interesting race. Corey Hogan, known for his work as a political strategist, amongst other things. Jeremy Nixon, well known too, though, as well in the area, former provincial cabinet minister. And let's take a look also at Calgary McKnight. And I would note there, Rosemary, in one case, you have the Liberals in the lead. The other, you have the Conservatives in the lead. George Chahal running in the riding of Calgary McKnight. But right now, not an insignificant lead by the Conservatives, but we still have 9 polls that need to report in that riding. So this is what we're keeping an eye on. Yeah. These are the things that could be deciding factors.
Yeah, this is the story right now, and this is why we're still on air at 2:15 a.m. on Tuesday now, and we'll decide whether or not we think we're going to get an answer tonight, or whether this is something that we'll have to well, tonight is over. Whether this is something we'll have to roll in later to today, later through Tuesday. Where am I going now? David.
Hey, I'm just doing a little bit of math here, Rosemary, because we're at that stage of the night. I was promised there would be no math, but guess what? It's all about math. Look, there's a chance here for that 167 to get to 172. It's an inside straight. But it's possible, right? So, you need the turn and the river to come up red if you're going to get there, because, sports analogies are all I have left at this hour of the night. And here we go. So, Terrebonne, look at this. This is the closest race right now that is not called. It is 28 votes with 1 poll reporting. Special ballots, probably. Advanced polls, not sure. But it's one of those, and that is where the Liberals have been remarkably strong throughout tonight, flipping a bunch of seats to get a majority to within striking distance. I'm going to go next door to Ontario, where this race has been tightening up. Milton East, Halton Hills will go down here. Oh, that's Wellington. Oh my God, I've lost it. Here, where are we? There we go. Milton East, Halton Hills South. It's a 112 vote lead now. That was 300 and something the last time we checked in. 14 polls reporting. A lot of those will be advanced polls and special ballots. This is one, again, where the Liberal is eating up the Conservative lead and moving in, to within striking distance with a not insignificant amount of polls to report. I'm going to check this one in southwestern Ontario. I'm not sure if this is necessarily on the target list or not in terms of on the watch, but this is a Liberal incumbent in Eric Kuzmerchek, 281 of 282 polls reporting. Look, in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, it's a 359 vote lead. There's only one poll reporting. We do not know precisely, or I do not know, how many outstanding votes there are. But we have seen single polls flip 500 vote deficits into 500 vote leads for the Liberals because of the strength of their advanced polls. So that's 3 right there. If 2 of those go, you're at 169. And there's still a couple of seats to look at. Let's get out to Nunavut. This is another one to watch. An NDP seat right now, Laurie Idlout, is leading up there. But it's a 400 vote lead with 11 polls reporting. So you can see, again, the potential for the possibility of a flip there. And let's go all the way out to British Columbia. There's the ones Catherine talked about in Calgary, but if we go into BC, in particular, it's seats in the greater Vancouver area. This is the part of Vancouver where the Liberals are strongest. And so, part of British Columbia where the Liberals are strongest. So let's just look at some of the margins here. Vancouver East, that's Jenny Kwan. I think I clicked on that by accident. Yes, she has been declared elected, projected elected. Vancouver Kingsway, this is the one I meant to get to. Don Davies, 3 polls remaining, a 275 vote lead over the Liberal candidate, Amy Gill. Now, in terms of working together in Parliament and the NDP and the Liberals getting over 172, it doesn't change that total, but it moves it reliably to the Liberals if the Liberals are able to overcome that particular deficit. And then, of course, there is the new Westminster Burnaby riding. 332 vote lead for the Conservative, but with 22 polls left to go. And with the late polls, the trend has not been late polls breaking to the Conservatives. Not in any of the close ridings we're watching. What we had was a cluster of like a dozen or so ridings where Conservatives, New Democrats, Bloc, whoever, had leads of 900 to 1,000, and the late advance came in, and it was just Liberal, 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 flip, 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 flip. Yeah. And that's what got us up to this 167. So that's the handful of ridings that we're seeing. It's changing pretty quickly as we start to get some things in here. But, you can still see, even at this late hour, at 2:19 Eastern time, we signed out of Power and Politics at 4:00 p.m. Eastern time today. Still going. We still don't know what it is, but there is still a path there for Mark Carney. If he doesn't get the majority, you can easily see this getting into not easily, but you can see this getting to 170 for sure by tomorrow morning if it keeps going.
Is that we're not in a country where any prominent political person is going to question the validity of what's going on here. Because you imagine a bunch of people have gone to sleep with a certain count, and they're going to wake up, and it potentially could be really different. But there is nobody, no major political leader in this country who's going to question this counting process, and we can be thankful for that.
There was a little bit of nonsense and noise online about bring a pen instead of a pencil and all this sort of thing, and some people chanting too big to rig and all this sort of thing. But broadly, Canadians should treasure Elections Canada and the way we do things in this country compared to others. But I know, Ian, BC always complained about not being relevant. How do you feel now, 20 after 2, buddy?
I mean, personally, I'm not sure if I feel relevant, but the province is very happy with you.
All right, I want to say, let our friends Ashley Burke and Kate McKenna say a final word here because we are going to get off the air shortly. Let's go to Kate McKenna. Final word from you, Kate, on what's happening there. There's people cleaning up behind you, so it's time for you to go.
Yeah, I think we're getting kicked out of the venue somewhat soon. But Rosie, if I could just finish on Carleton. All eyes are on Carleton. If Pierre Poilievre's going to keep his seat, that would, I think we can assume that would help him in his quest to stay on as the leader of the party. We are looking at a possible parliament where one party, the NDP, has no leader, and the other party, the Conservatives, have a leader that is not elected. So we'll be watching for that. And it's interesting. I was speaking with people here today who were out in Carleton canvassing, and they assured me, they were sure that Pierre Poilievre was going to win. They just happened to live in Ottawa, so they were going out and they were canvassing in Carleton. But Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate there, has had a 3-point lead throughout the night, still has that lead. Will he be able to maintain it for the last 30 or so polls? That's what we'll be watching for. But the Conservatives say that they do believe they have that seat in the bag. He, of course, has won it a number of times over 20 years. So they're still hopeful that he will take that seat at the end of the day.
7 times, in fact, as part of my fun facts. Okay, Kate, thank you so much for all your work through the campaign. And tonight, you can go lie down. We'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye. Well, we'll see you later today, really. Bye-bye. Thanks. That's Kate McKenna in Ottawa there. I'll go to Ashley Burke for a final thought at Liberal headquarters where, oh, no, they're still partying there. No one wants to go home there, Ashley.
Now, Rosie, the music actually just turned off, but just a few moments ago, Mark Carney and his wife were in the crowd, and he was jumping up and down. He was dancing. He was rocking out to the band here, Down with Webster. This is the song that they used to play when he got off stage at rallies, and he walked out and was speaking, like weaving through the crowd, and he was celebrating, and that's really what the vibe is here right now. People are celebrating this win. This is a major reversal of fortunes for the Liberal Party, which was just a couple months ago really tanking in the polls. But at the same time, they're waiting to find out if it's a majority or minority government. And people that I've been speaking to tonight are nervous about how tight it is. Some have lost hope. Others think that maybe those advanced polls can get those numbers up. But people are really waiting to see here. And we heard him talk about humility in his speech there. He also said that for the people who didn't vote for him, that he's going to govern for all. He called for the end of division and anger. And he talked about the path forward, his message about taking on Donald Trump. He has said on the campaign trail that the first thing that whoever wins, which is him, was going to be to sit down with the U.S. president to try and chart a path forward and a new economic and security deal. Rosie?
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you for all your work through this campaign. And tonight, you also should go try and get a couple hours sleep before you're back in the office tomorrow. Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you another board just to reflect where we're at and why we're going to let things stand where they are and hopefully have a better result, or not a better result, but an actual confirmed result later today. This is where we are. 172 for a majority, 167 for the Liberals, 145 for the Conservatives. So let me show you, am I showing you what, that's the party standings. Here's what could, no, this is the total votes. This is voter, okay, sorry, we're going back here again. Right, so here's what I'm showing you, where we are right now at this point on Tuesday morning and what is still possible. We could possibly, you could possibly get the Liberal government to 174 over that majority, but it is not sure yet, and that is why we're not doing it. And we're not going to do it on this broadcast. Hopefully we'll get some answers soon. But the count is taking a long time, and the count is still big in some places. It's not that the margins are small, it's that the count is big. So we're going to leave things there. So I want to get a final thought from all these lovely people around the table who have been with us through the evening, bringing us all of these results. Final thought from you, Ian?
You know, speaking of math, I was thinking to myself, and the polls had suggested there would be a majority government tonight, and I thought, 4 years from now, I probably am not going to be working. This is probably going to be my last election.
Oh.
So I had that kind of wistful sense throughout the evening. Now, I'm going to keep all these because we might be back very soon.
Might not be your last election this year.
And it was a historic election, right? Yeah. No matter what the final outcome is. Adrienne?
I would say that the Conservatives can thank the Greater Toronto Area and thank their own messaging for landing in the GTA, for making the difference between the Liberals getting a minority and maybe not achieving that majority. GTA, really interesting place, very good place for the Conservatives.
Okay. Catherine?
There is a maxim, one of my favorite political observers says about Canadian politics, that it tends towards the most boring possible outcome. I think we can say that is no longer true. The last few months, it has really felt like somebody took the snow globe of Canadian politics, shook them up. That's what happened again tonight. We're still waiting to see what it means. And in addition to Poilievre figuring out his fate, the NDP's future, negotiations with Donald Trump over all of this, too.
Less than a minute for you.
Rosie, even if this lands at a minority for Mark Carney, this is one of the greatest political comebacks in Canadian history. The Liberals were facing extinction going into Christmas. They have an inside straight chance to get to a majority government if these tight races flip. This result is a result that kind of satisfies nobody. The Liberals fell short of the majority they hoped they were going to get. The Conservatives came second despite the inevitability of their lead. The New Democrats lose party status. The Bloc are diminished, but Elizabeth May held her seat. Carleton, 8 advance polls, 2 special ballots to report there. That's what we're going to be watching for.
That's
Pierre
very,
Poilievre.
very tight.
Yep.
Okay, listen, it takes a lot of people to bring you the results and the information that you need on election night, but tonight we want to shine the spotlight on one person in particular. For years, Sharon Musgrave ran the CBC News decision desk, making the kinds of calls you've seen here tonight. She's been in my ear through the night, helping me direct you. She has been central to election specials right across the country. Between federal and provincial elections, Sharon tonight is marking her 74th election. It is also her last one before she retires. So, on behalf of all of us and all the viewers who benefited from your work, Sharon, thank you for your extraordinary contribution to democracy. Thank you also for being my friend. Thanks to the very best team in the business here, right across the country, for all their hard work tonight, to the control room where you saw with Sharon, to this wonderful crew here on the floor, to all the people that put this incredible set together, and to these very special people around me, Adrian, Ian, Catherine, and David. This day has been about your vote, the future of the country, at a critical moment. We thank you for sharing it all with us. Stay with us. Extended federal election coverage with CBC's Gloria Makarenko continues next. We will be with you in a matter of hours to see where this all ended. Thank you for watching. I'm Rosemary Barton. Good night.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? No matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between 2 sovereign nations. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Makarenko, and welcome to Canada Votes 2025 After the Vote. We are coming to you live from beautiful British Columbia. We continue our coverage of the federal election. And if you're just joining us, CBC News is projecting a Liberal government under Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. Y'all just poured your heart into me.
And he congratulated me for being re-elected in Saanich
À chaque moment d'une campagne exceptionnelle. Merci aux militants et aux militants du Bloc québécois.
We didn't quite get over the finish line yet. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
A most unusual night, and a long one as well. Well, we have reporters in ridings across the West standing by to bring you the latest results and break down the stories that matter in what has already proven to be a very exciting race. And here with us in our Vancouver studio, we have our political panel. Shachi Kurl, pollster and president of the Angus Reid Institute, and Stuart Prest, political scientist from the University of British Columbia. And they are in it, we are in it for the long haul as we kick off another 2.5 hours of comprehensive coverage here on CBC. Welcome to you both.
We're so happy to be on the air with you.
It's been such a long night. We've been waiting and waiting for the call. Shachi, your thoughts on what's transpired so far?
So, in many ways, Gloria, exactly what we expected, but in many ways, not what we expected. So, in terms of turnout and percentage of popular vote, I think we're seeing in terms of the way Canadians have indicated for the parties that they voted for, largely what they said that they would do. The Liberals up above 40%. There was a projection of between, 42, 44%. They're at 43%. Conservatives, we had them projected around 40%. They're at 41%. Bang on with the NDP, bang on with the Bloc, bang on with the Greens. However, because of the vagaries of the way that broad national vote and even the provincial vote falls out, I think what we've seen are a couple of bounces, a couple of hiccups, particularly in the 905 and the GTA, and in the way those seats actually change relative to what we see at the popular vote level. And I would say that this is probably, Gloria, the first time in 100 years, first time since the 1920s, that we have seen a party, in this case the Liberal Party, gain 43% of the vote and still fail to win a majority government, which is kind of what I think a lot of people were expecting, but just fell short of tonight. Although votes are still being counted. We're still seeing the ticker moving.
It's not over.
It's not over. It's not over yet.
And Stuart, we've been sitting in the newsroom watching this all unfold throughout the evening, watching the results. What stands out for you?
Well, I think it is remarkable that we are seeing a Liberal Party up over 43%, but also a Conservative Party up over 40%. This is a two-party race, a two-party election. It is a very divided country in a number of ways. And yet we also have this curious phenomenon that after all of this running, we are, as the votes currently stand, more or less where we were at the end of the last parliament, where the Liberals are a little shy of a majority. They may need help. They may be able to get that help from the New Democrats. The New Democrats have had a terrible night, and there's no other way to say it. And yet they still may have a role to play here, depending on how these last few races shake down.
Shachi?
Exactly what Stuart, I was going to say exactly what Stuart just said. We've seen the NDP lose their party status tonight. We've seen them reduced to the single digits, which isn't a historical low, but it is historical relative to, say, 25, 30 years. You'd have to go back to the Audrey McLaughlin, Alexa McDonough era to see the NDP this low. A tough night for Jagmeet Singh. He resigned. He had to resign tonight. There was really no path forward for Jagmeet Singh as leader. And New Democrats who, as recently as 14 years ago, under that first orange wave under Jack Layton, where they were poised to really form official opposition, very, very strong caucus, won big in Quebec, to see the party reduced to 7 seats tonight, possibly fewer if a few of these flip the way we think they might possibly flip. It's time, I think, for some soul searching, not only among the NDP, but also among the Conservatives, who had a very resilient showing tonight, showed pretty much the way we thought they would. But when you consider that this was the party and Pierre Poilievre, who may be on track actually to lose his own seat as leader, sitting on a 30-point lead in December of 2024, and 4 months later having to give this gracious speech, having to talk about the concession and not quite make it, to blow a 30-point lead is a pretty catastrophic thing.
And Stuart, what were your thoughts about just how erratic the votes were tonight in terms of how they were coming in and how difficult they were to read. It was very strange.
Yeah, it was a very difficult race to try to take apart and understand where we were headed. At one point early on, it seemed like the Liberals were really underperforming in the Maritimes and the Atlantic regions, and it seemed like perhaps the Conservatives were on their way to making things really difficult. And then we got to the vote-rich areas of Ontario. It seemed like the Liberals might be on track to an easy majority, and then the needle swung yet again, and we seem to be back in this holding pattern. And it is, for me, reminiscent of the BC election in fall of 2024, where we were left waiting to the early hours of the morning, and indeed days, indeed even weeks until we knew the final result. Hopefully it's not that long here, but it seems like for all that we have been watching that needle bounce back and forth, we still have a long ways to go.
Well, exactly, and we may have a crucial role in that tonight. We may be making a call ourselves. I mean, we have a very sophisticated system, our decision desk here at CBC, and Shachi, just the inability to call beyond a Liberal government is very interesting as well.
So much of this, Gloria, has to do with the fact that we are dealing with really, really high advance numbers. And we've seen trends or hints of this, harbingers of this. We saw this in 2020 during that BC COVID election. We saw it in 2024. What's happening now with elections is that the trend goes towards more people voting early or not necessarily putting all of their impact and their decision on voting on E-Day. And what that means is that Elections Canada, the deputy returning officers, the volunteers at various voting stations have to make decisions, and it is left to their guidance to decide when they want to start counting those votes. Do they want to vote them early?
Maybe it should be more uniform.
Well, maybe it should be. I think that's a great idea. But what it means is that we know what the numerator is tonight, right? So the numerator is the number of votes that each party has received. What we don't totally know is the denominator. How many more votes are there left to count exactly?
Okay, we have so much more to discuss, and I'm so glad you're going to be with us for the duration. But let's go to Justin McElroy now. Justin is at the results desk. He is monitoring all the late fights, the ongoing fights. So, Justin, can you help break it down for us? Just how did we get here? Well, what are we still watching? And why haven't we called this thing?
Well, and Gloria, it's 171 seats to a majority. The Liberals right now have 167 seats, so you do the math. 4 more seats, they have to find those extra votes, and there are still a number of places where we're waiting for those final votes to come in. Let's take a look at some of our closest races that are still too close to call. You can see Terrebonne there with the BQ, 28 votes down for the Liberals, if they can make up the difference there. In Vancouver Kingsway, if they can make up the difference. Terra Nova as well. In Milton East, Halton Head South, 329 votes. Windsor Tecumseh Lakeshore, 359 votes there. So, it's not the most likely, but we've seen from the advance votes that have come in the rest of the country that they've tended to tilt towards the Liberal Party. So we're going to be watching all night to see whether these tip and we end up getting a Liberal majority or not. Places in BC that we're going to be looking, Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies, longtime MP for 2 decades now, up by just 300 votes or so over the Liberal challenger Amy Gill. Another place in British Columbia that we're looking at as well, New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, similar. Peter Julian, NDP MP for 20-odd years, is down right now to the Conservative challenger Indy Pangchi. Liberal Jake Sawatsky, though, just 300 votes out as well. And in Kelowna, Stephen Fuhr won this riding in 2015. He lost it in 2019. Conservatives held it in 2021. Now he's up against the Conservative incumbent Tracy Gray by just 50 votes or so. So again, we're looking at whether the Liberals can pick up some of these seats, hold this one in Kelowna as well. So we've got lots of hours where we don't know whether these final polls, you see here, just 1 poll remaining in Kelowna. We don't know whether those final votes are going to be counted in 15 minutes, in 30 minutes, in 1 hour or 2 hours. So it makes it really difficult to call, but we're going to be here for the rest of the night to find out.
Okay, to Shachi's point as well. Justin, thank you so much. And as Justin was just referring to, Liberal Stephen Fuhr with a very slight edge tonight in the riding of Kelowna, and that's where we find CBC's Brady Strachan. Brady, this has been quite a horse race.
Yeah, and as Justin was just mentioning there, it's so close. We were just talking here. I'm here with Stephen Fear, the Liberal candidate in the Kelowna riding. We were just looking at the numbers as that poll came in that has Stephen Fear ahead by 170 votes. So, Stephen, to get that, we're so close to getting a final result here. How are you feeling
I
right
feel
now?
like I'm watching a really important hockey game, and we're going to a shootout in overtime here. We got one more poll to go. We went from 2 polls to go, and I was up 66. 1 poll to go, and I'm up 170. So, I mean, at least the trend is moving in the right direction. I don't know the rules, but I think either way we slice it, we're going to be looking at a recount in the coming days. But I'd rather be in this position and then 170 behind. That's for sure.
This has been a really close race all night, and we've been watching as you've had this lead here and maintained it. What has it been like for you and your supporters to see it come down to the wire here in Kelowna?
Well, I think at one point we were up early, a couple thousand, close to 2,000 votes, and then it was just either a tie or a loss all the way down for like probably 120 polls. So, yeah, it was exciting and nail biting because, were we going to run out of runway before we got to the end of the poll count? And it looks like, with 1 poll to go, we might make it.
Okay, but either way, you've got a lot of support here in Kelowna, obviously. This was the last 2 elections. This went Conservative. What do you think has happened here in Kelowna?
Well, I mean, I was an MP before, right? So interestingly, people at the ballot box got to choose realistically between 2 people who had done the job before. And they got to, compare, what I was able to deliver as an MP in 2015 to 2019 to what they'd had in the last 6 years. I think that was a factor. I think Mark Carney was also a big factor, something that I have no control over, but people in Kelowna seem to identify with his, his leadership and his capacity to get us through this situation we have going on with Donald Trump. As did I, thinking he's the best position to do that. And I think it was a combination of a bunch of things that ultimately got us to where we're at. So I'm cautiously optimistic we'll get over the finish line the next day or 2.
As you say, this may go to a recount, but assuming things stay in your favor here, what will you bring to this Liberal government?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things. My number one job right now is to, if I'm successful, is to get to Ottawa. I can set up quick. I know how to do it. I've done it before. And to help this community build out its infrastructure to recognize its growth. It's growing very, very quickly, and it's got a lot of infrastructure needs. And I was very successful at bringing infrastructure dollars here when I was the MP the last time, and I plan on doing that right away. I'm going to get right to work on that.
And then just finally here, you were talking about all how you got to here and the different things coming together to get so much Liberal support here, other parties.
Yeah, for sure. It was cross-party support that got us to where we're at right now. I mean, the Liberal base really came to the party for me, which I appreciated, but I had really great NDP support. I think I had good progressive Conservative support. And to win in a traditionally Conservative riding, you need to build relationships with other parties and cooperate to get a success. And that's what we did here today.
So Gloria here from the Kelowna Ride.